26 group tickets. Call 212 Yankees or visit yankees.com/groups today.
Some days self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Oh, that's right. Let's go. A big Sunday morning. Anthony Gallo on The Fan. I got you all the way till 5 a.m. 888-808-1019. The Knicks bounce back. They respond the way we wanted to see them respond. And now it is a 3-game series. Home court advantage is back on. The Yankees continue their dominance. The Jets, Giants have a weekend. I think it was a good weekend for the New York football clubs here. Going out there on the draft. We'll talk about Alex Cora getting fired. Will that have an impact on the Mets? But we got to start with the talk of the night. The talk of the weekend. The Knicks bounce back. No, it ain't over. We can't say it's over because this team is not giving us a reason to believe that it is just over. But if you're asking for a response from the coach, from the players, from whoever it is that is involved with the team, tonight was exactly the response you wanted to see. Top, bottom, from the first guy on the court to the last guy on the court, from everyone on the coaching staff, tonight was the exact response on the road, your back's against the wall, that you wanted to see. There is nothing that I could take away from this game that I would be pissed about. Not a single thing. And it starts with the guy that we have killed. And rightfully so most of the time. Karl Anthony Towns goes out, and I'm not going to say has his Nick moment because last year he had some big moments in the postseason. But this was the game for Karl Anthony Towns. This has been the series for Karl Anthony Towns. When in their losses, he has not been the guy I'm pointing the finger at. And another big night from OG Anunoby, a big night from the bench. Everyone did their jobs. Yes, Mikal Bridges only scored 8 points, but you know what? He scored the 8 points, when it was still a game, and he played great defensively. Whether it was from, Brown's adjustments, and there was a lot of things that happened in Game 3. And it's still all relevant now. I'm not wiping away all the negativity. But you have to take this a game at a time in a 7-game series. Whether it was the rotations, the defensive matchups, the minutes, whatever it was, the adjustments made by Mike Brown from Game 2 and Game 3 to Game 4 was a pleasant surprise. I felt like he learned from his mistakes. We're not going to know if he learned from all his mistakes because we didn't have a close game down the stretch. We're not going to see what the fourth quarter minutes management would have been. We're not going to see what a late lineup in a defensive situation would have been. But what we saw tonight was a great all-around team victory. Now the question is, will this team match the urgency that they had tonight? It has been their biggest problem in the Karl Anthony Towns / Jalen Brunson era. These last 2 years was, will this team match the urgency? That is the big question here. Are they going to come out lackadaisical like they did in Game 2, like they did in Game 3? Are they going to come out with that sense of we deserve to be here and not earn the victory like they should? Because you saw the difference in teams tonight. Jalen Brunson banged up. He was, a lot more effective than people gave him credit for, but he was banged up. He was not perfect. But we saw the difference between these two teams when the Knicks play their game. They are not close. These teams are not close. The Hawks have been a good team. They deserve no criticism. But when you really break it down, this is the gap between the Knicks and the Hawks. But that does not mean it's going to be the gap every single game because the Knicks have not given us a reason to believe that right now. I do think they are good enough to compete for an NBA title. But that doesn't mean jack if they don't do it. OG Anunoby, 2 straight games, has played phenomenally. Josh Hart, he played well in Game 3. He did not hit his shots, but he did play well. And I'm not looking to him to be a lights-out shooter. You can't go 1 for 9. But he did play well. But he was better tonight, and he continues to impact the floor. Jordan Clarkson gave you big minutes. Jose Alvarado gave you big minutes. He is also a spark that the Knicks have not had. You know, they signed P.J. Tucker hoping to have a little bit of that. But he is that guy, gives them some edge, is a nuisance. He is what Peyton Pritchard and T.J. McConnell are, you know, in series past that we have played. So tonight was a great all-around win. I cannot pick one thing that I did not like. The defensive intensity was there. The physicality was there. The ability to attack the rim and shoot the outside shot was there, even though, you know, at times they struggled in that aspect. But you also look at it. OG had a double-double. Cat had a triple-double. Josh Hart was 1 rebound away from a double-double. Mitchell Robinson played great in limited minutes. He also is another one of these guys that forgets how physically strong he is. And tonight, he went out there and showed it. I thought putting Brunson on Daniels was a genius move. Not really genius when you really think about it. It's a no-brainer. But was a genius move by Mike Brown. I thought their entire game plan of letting Daniels do whatever he wanted because the guy is inept offensively was a great game plan. And the fact that they finally decided, all right, maybe we should put somebody like Mikal Bridges on C.J. McCollum, who played well, but he had a typical C.J. McCollum night. He wasn't dropping 28, 29 points like we've seen in this series. And it was the exact urgency they needed. And in Game 2, it was inexcusable to choke away that lead. But in Game 3, it went kind of how I thought it was going to go. I didn't think they would get as down as far as they would, but I figured they were going to struggle early. A young Hawks team that has the crowd behind them, a lot of them experiencing the NBA playoffs for the first time. And when the adrenaline wore off, the Knicks made their move. But the problem was they didn't finish. This game, there was no extra adrenaline. We had already gone through the newness for this Hawks team to have the playoff crowd behind them. We had already gone through this. Rock bottom was Game 3. And this Knicks team, I will say this, and this is not necessarily a good thing, but when they need to, when their backs are completely up against the wall, Games 1, Games 2 against the Celtics last year, Games 3 and 4 against the Pistons last year. When it feels like the pressure is on them, they respond. This was exactly what you needed to see. But the next thing is go out there, finish the series. Don't let it get to Game 7. Go out there, do your job at home in Game 5, and then finish it off in Game 6. And none of it matters. If you advance, it's all that matters. Getting through this round, just get to what we think will be the Celtics and move on from there. You cannot, at this point, the wins are all that matters. It doesn't matter how you get the win. We're not nitpicking. This isn't the regular season where you have to make. It's about winning and losing the game. Go out there and win the series. But winning in 6 games, it gives us a little bit of confidence as fans. The doubters, quiet down a bit more. They have to go out there and handle business in Game 5. They have to play with the confidence they played with tonight. They played scared in the second half of Game 2. They played scared for the most of the game in Game 3, sorry. Cat has to initiate the offense. When they put a big man on Cat, they have to initiate the offense through Cat. When Brunson's not going, this is why you're supposed to have a guy like Karl Anthony Towns. Early in the game, I think he had 6 assists going into the half. That's why you start to build a roster that way. That's why when things aren't going right, he is an excellent passer. For a big man, there isn't much that he can't do. And he has been phenomenal this series. He has been excellent. At times, he can always be better. Yes, there's always moments that a guy can be better. But that is the way to victory. And then get through, and we worry about, it'll most likely be the Celtics. I don't want to just write the Sixers off, but it's going to most likely be the Celtics. And we go from there. And if you want to win a championship, you want to get to the finals, that's what you got to do. And so much for the Pistons being unbeatable. We'll see how that's going. So this is the playoffs. And none of it is easy. But I can tell you this much. I'm not guaranteeing a victory on, is it Tuesday? On Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday, 8 o'clock. Peacock. I am not guaranteeing a victory. But walking out of the draft party that we had here on Thursday night, me and Craig, C-Mac, all stressing. It was not a good vibe. The feelings I have today about this team are a lot different. And that's you're going to go through that every day in the NBA playoffs. Every loss there is no overreaction to a loss. If you're up 3-0 and you lose, that's an overreaction if you're freaking out. But every other loss in an NBA playoff series, in a playoff series period, there is no overreaction. So that feeling was there. And I felt like they couldn't just win tonight for me. This is speaking for me, Anthony Gallo. They had to go out there and respond. They had to go out there and show that they could do what they're supposed to do. They came out in Game 3 embarrassingly. They came out so sloppy, and that has been their biggest Achilles heel this entire season. They're a great fourth-quarter team, one of the best fourth-quarter teams in the entire NBA. But they start games in such a rut. Tonight, I did not feel that. Tonight, I saw it, and it was starting with Cat. I saw the way Cat lowered his shoulder, the drop step early, the passing. He had a killer instinct for the first time, I feel like, in God knows when. OG looking like a guy who's playing confident. And a lot of us, our biggest critique of OG Anunoby is the guy plays like he's not a good basketball player at times. Like he's scared to try and take over a game. He's a physical specimen. You could see it. Tonight, they had a hard time stopping him when he gets to the rim. Mikal Bridges, and there was a small play. I don't know if it was the first or the second quarter, but they have a fast break. And Brunson could have laid the ball in. But Mikal already had 2 points, but Brunson dished it off to Mikal Bridges to get him some confidence, to get him a bucket. And that's not – I don't really care about the offensive side of things from Mikal Bridges. You can't have 0 points. But I don't need him to score 20 points in a game. I do need him to be an elite defender, which is what he is supposed to be here, to be. It doesn't matter. The picks are not affecting this game. What we need to look at is what we have, and what he needs to be is lead the defense along with OG Anunoby. And Cat played good defense tonight, and he's played better defense than we're used to. So there's a lot to be excited about. I want to get the pulse of the fan base. If you're a Knicks hater, how are you feeling? Alex's arm sitting on the other side of the glass, part of the coalition. 888-808-1019. They have now tied up the series. They have now regained home court. It is a 3-game series. They shouldn't need to get to Game 7 to finish this off. If they play their game, I'm not saying it's going to be a 20-plus point victory or damn near that, but they can handle the Hawks, and we shouldn't have to sweat like we did in Games 2 and Game 3. And there is a little, take a step back. And it's disappointing. This is not excusing the losses. The Knicks have dominated in their wins. They've lost by a point in each of their losses. The first team in NBA history to lose back-to-back playoff games by 1 point. Go out there, handle business, and it's still an exciting time. Everybody wrote them off after these 2 losses. And I'm not saying that was the wrong way to look about it. You should have been mad. But this isn't over yet. This team still has expectations. It doesn't mean those expectations are going to come to fruition. It does not mean that is true. But they have expectations. And it's exciting. I can tell you this much. As a 34-year-old Knicks fan, I'm never going to take for granted playoff games. I'm telling you that much. Game 5, go out there at the Garden. The fans are going to bring it. We know that. We know it's going to be ruckus. And I can tell you this much. There's not going to be any Hawks fans in the building like there were Knicks fans in Atlanta. And they were out there. They were loud. It was awesome. As always, we take over every arena. We'll take over Boston, too, if that series comes. I do feel like they're going to win this series. I'm not guaranteeing it. I do feel good about this. And I'll tell you this much. It's not just because of the victory. Because if they went out there and struggled and had to grind out a victory, my confidence would have not been in the same place it is. I am also not saying that can't change. They could certainly go out and lose Game 5 the way this team has played. But if they play to their game, they play to their strengths, this is exactly the difference between them and the Atlanta Hawks. It does not mean they're going to the NBA Finals. But what it does mean is this is exactly why the Knicks are where they are. And the Hawks are going to be in a good position. That is a young team that is building. Jalen Johnson has had his struggles in this series, and they have been mostly carried by Naw and C.J. McCollum. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, for some of you who don't know. A guy who I was praying for the Knicks to somehow manage to get. But tonight was a great victory. Tonight was exactly what you wanted. The bench did their job. The starting lineup did their job. The stars showed up. OG and Cat carried the team. Brunson hit some big shots at times. He looks like he'll be okay injury-wise. Cat took a spill there at the end. OG took a spill there at the end, which was a little scary, but he was fine. I did think it was funny. I saw a tweet. Somebody was like, when you have a kid, they fall, and you're like, it's okay, get up. And then you see your favorite NBA player fall, and you're like, oh, please, God, get up. Don't be okay. Be okay. A lot to get to. The Knicks are back in this one. Let's get to the calls. 888-808-1019. How are we feeling about the victory? Kicking it off, Vinnie in Staten Island. What's going on, Vinnie?
Hey, Gallo. What's going on, buddy? How's everything?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good. So I want to say this was a good win, not a great win. When Karl-Anthony Towns plays like this tonight, we could be unbeatable.
Right, 100%.
The problem with Karl-Anthony Towns is he wasn't aggressive enough the first 3 games. The Hawks don't have a true center.
Vinnie, I'll say this much. I can agree with you. I'm going to let you finish your point. I can agree with you on Game 3. I do feel like at times his aggression lacked. I felt like Game 2 specifically, they were not feeding him the ball. I don't think his aggression was the problem. I do think that at times Brunson was not moving the ball. They were taking bad shots, and I didn't feel like that was a Cat problem. Game 3, he had to be more aggressive in that one.
So the Hawks don't have a true center that they can match with Karl-Anthony Towns or even Mitchell Robinson. So I don't know why Karl-Anthony Towns will stay up top of the key when he can go down low and dominate and put the Hawks in early foul trouble. That's number one. Number two, I liked what Mikal Bridges did tonight. There were a couple of times, I think it was in the first or second quarter, he drove to the basket. When did ever Mikal Bridges done that in his Like, where's the Mikal Bridges of the Nets and where's the Mikal Bridges of the Suns? Like, he was always attacking the rim. I like what he did with that. OG Anunoby brought more tenacity and attitude and great. Like, those dunks were ferocious dunks. Those were hard slam dunks. And I like what they did.
I got to be honest, the biggest frustration with OG is at times he plays like a guy who doesn't realize how good he actually is because he has all the talent.
Yes.
He's got the physical ability.
I love when he drives to the rim and he slams it with ferocious. And there's times where he's just like maybe he's a little scared, but when he goes up and he gives that physicality and draws a foul, he is a beast. The Knicks did what they had to do tonight. They came out guns blazing. That's what they need to do on Tuesday night. They need to come out, run the floor down, run it because, like I said, the Hawks, they got good young talent, but they don't have a true center that can compete with Karl-Anthony Towns or Mitchell Robinson.
They will, and I appreciate the call, Vinny. Thank you. My guy, Vinny from Staten Island, hooked me up a couple times with my, was my Verizon guy for my phone. Great guy. He's right. They definitely. It's not perfect, like he said. It was I thought it was a great victory, but there's another thing too is if they get to this Hawks team early, they are going to have to punch their way out of it, and C.J. McCollum is not going to carry them every night. I think that he's 34 years old. C.J. McCollum is, a guy that I've respected. I loved him when he was on the Blazers. I actually thought his career was over. I thought his injuries he was never going to overcome the injuries he's had, and he's bounced back lovely this year. It's tough for you to rely on your third, fourth option who's 34 years old, and tonight you saw that. Jalen Johnson, not that he's been awful, but he's, 4 of 12 tonight, 14 points. He's supposed to be their leader. They can only rely on Okongwu to knock down three-pointers, and a guy who's, a newly three-point shooter this year. Obviously, you respect it because he worked on his game, but they don't have a center. If they get to the Knicks, to the Celtics, Cavs, whoever it is, in future series, we'll see what the Karl-Anthony Towns matchup will be. And I think he actually matches up, a little better against the Celtics than people are giving him credit for, specifically with Vucevic out. They don't have someone who could stop him, and when they go to their bench, it only gets worse. And if they decide to put somebody else on him, we saw early on in, games 2, I think it was, in 3, they sometimes would go to Daniels being on him. If Brunson wasn't on the court, that hurt them other places on the court because now OG is kind of, there's no one to help on OG. There's no one to help on, the strong rotations. They present such a matchup problem for the Hawks when Cat is going. And when you can make Cat initiate the offense from above the arc, his ability to start, I'm not saying him playing point guard, but to run the offense as him being the starter. And you saw it early on today, and they stuck to it. And he's always been a good passer. That's never been a real issue. He's always been a good passer. His aggression has been an issue. His defense, over the last month and a half, Karl-Anthony Towns has been a more willing and able defender than he's ever been as a Knick. And he's starting to play with a little bit of swagger, a little bit of confidence. We saw it game 1, and I do agree. At times in game 3, I wish he would have been more aggressive. But he has impacted all 4 of these games, and he is certainly not the reason why they lost games 2 and 3. And they haven't gotten a good game out of Brunson yet. They almost got the big shots to fall from Brunson at the end of game 3, and then those last 2 possessions kind of wiped away all the good he did. So they're going to go into game 5, and I like their chances. And then you move on. Look at how unpredictable the NBA playoffs have been. So I'm not going to sit here and guarantee anything. But you go on, they struggle in this series. We saw it last year. They struggled at times with the Pistons, and they went out and they beat the brakes off the Celtics. They were down 11 points when Tatum got hurt with 3 minutes to go, about to be down 3-1, just to remind people before you call in and say, well, Tatum got hurt. So you go out there and you take what you can get. The Pistons are down 2-1. Ant-Man gets hurt. Dante DiVincenzo, which it sucks, blows his Achilles out. And the Timberwolves are still up 3-1 on the Nuggets. Anything can happen in these playoffs. That's, especially now, it feels like the talent gap outside of Thunder has really been closed in the NBA. It's far. I know a lot of you don't want to believe this, but it is a more competitive league than it's probably been in some time. So go out there, handle business against the Hawks, and then we'll move on. And whoever it is playing in the second round, if they get there. Right now, Pistons down 2-1 to the Magic. The Cavs are up 2-1 against the Raptors, and the Celtics are up 2-1 against the Sixers, which I think the Sixers, if they were 100% healthy, might have a shot. Maybe they could push it to 6 games. I don't think they are taking that series against the Celtics. So right now, if the Knicks don't blow this, we are looking at Knicks-Celtics in the second round of the NBA playoffs. 888-808-1019. Teddy and Yonkers, what's going on, Teddy?
Oh, I'm sorry. Anthony, you're the greatest.
Oh, thank you, Teddy.
Always looking forward to speaking to
I
you.
appreciate you.
Anthony, when you're playing professional sports, that old adage, on any given night,
Right.
any team can beat another team.
This is very true.
The question is, on a 4 out of 7 series, how can they do that? The Knicks, they have to come and put their foot on the gas pedal
Yes,
at the
100%.
outset of the game. And that has to be conveyed by the coach in the pregame discussion in the locker room and say, well, the way we came out tonight is what we have to do on Tuesday night, especially the physicality and the defense. And Vinnie brought up an excellent point.
Yep.
Atlanta doesn't have a true center that can cope with Anthony Towns. So I wish Anthony could play down low and get that ball, and then he can.
Teddy, I will say this. I think
sir.
that he will. When they need him to, he will. I think why he wasn't down low all game is because what he was creating such a problem, initiating the offense at the top of the key with whoever it was, a Kongu or whoever came off the bench to cover him. It was creating such a problem for the Hawks that he didn't have to go down low. We did see him at times go down low. Specifically, you go to the first quarter when he had the drop step on. They moved the ball around. They got the drop step, and he ended up getting the bucket, and he was strong tonight. He played physical. And when they play the Celtics, if they get to farther down and they play the Cavs or the Pistons, he's going to have to play down low and be dominant. But and so I'm not disagreeing with you, but I do think it wasn't a flaw that he was playing at the top of the key tonight.
Okay. And, Anthony, one quick thing with the Yankees.
Right.
Anthony, I'm 77. I think this is the year, before I expire my life, I think this is the year we have the pitching, the complete starting pitching, and the hitting. And, Anthony, timely hitting. And I liked the bunting issue and the aggressiveness on the bases. And even though he got thrown out trying to steal third, he's really a positive surprise for us. I don't know.
Are you talking about Caballero?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Anthony,
he's created a dynamic for this team that he's a role player, but he's exactly the role player that a winning team needs.
I know. Anthony, when Volpe comes back, that old expression, I don't know what Boone's going to do. I mean, they always say that you can't lose your job because you were injured. But why fix it if it's not broke? Well, Caballero is playing so well.
Teddy, guess what? It's a good problem to have. Just like this, they have the best pitching staff in baseball. They still haven't gotten Cole and Rodon back yet. They are not a complete team yet. They have young pieces in the minors that could get called up. If Stanton, which right now he's day-to-day, and I appreciate the call, Teddy, great call. If Stanton goes on the IL, it's probably going to be Dominguez before it'll be Spencer Jones. This is a good problem for you to have as a baseball team. We are live on YouTube. A couple of funny tweets or messages. CBC or CB Chase. This is a perfect thing. Rough night for the Warriors are crazy for not keeping Kuminga crowd. I like Kuminga. Guy chucks threes. He's not a three-point shooter. He is an infuriating. If I was a Hawks fan, when he comes in at times, he's a good player. He's not a great player. He thinks he's Michael Jordan, which is hilarious. But if I was watching that, I was like, man, the Hawks were out of it, but he was digging their grave. Double R also says Philly with a healthy Embiid could beat any team in the playoffs. I wouldn't underestimate them, except for their entire history with Joel Embiid and him being healthy. Let's get past the second round before we say we're underestimating them. I think that we're in a good spot right now. We were in a bad spot. We are in a good spot now. It's not over, but you couldn't go down 3-1. I know. Oh, Captain Obvious, of course, but you couldn't go down 3-1. Talking to the guys around the station, talking to my buddies, a lot of people were confident they'd win the series. They weren't confident about what their outlook was past that. But you go out and you handle business tonight and you get to breathe. As a fan base, we get to breathe. As a team, they get to breathe. What worried me coming out of Game 3 was it sounded like, Mike Brown had a locker room of defeated guys. Like the way his quote came off about, I had to tell them, it's a 7-game series and we got to keep doing what we do right and it's going to work out. And it's like, well, these guys should know. You have Carlton Towns been back-to-back, conference finals. Brunson has been to, conference finals before. This was not where, I wanted to see and hear this team be. They are a veteran team. Like, they are a team with a lot of playoff experience, not just with the Knicks. And this is where you make your money. I remember that first year with the Celtics where, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Ray Allen, they went to 7 games against the 8-seed Hawks, ironically, and they went on to win the NBA Finals. We've seen teams struggle. We've seen teams be down. You have to overcome it. That is why it's 7 games, and it is a grind, and you got to get to 16 wins. You also can't get to 4 losses quickly. Go out there, win Game 5, put the pressure on the Hawks, and let's see how they respond, because they really haven't played with any pressure. You lost Game 1. That's not really playing with pressure if you're the Atlanta Hawks. They're a young team. Put the pressure on them. And this is slightly tongue-in-cheek. Why don't we try cheering C.J. McCollum when he comes to the Garden? Because we always pick these guys to make villains, and C.J. McCollum is not a villain. He's not a villain. He's going to turn into a villain because he keeps killing us. But, we keep booing these guys, and all they do is nuke us in our face. So maybe we just try, great job, CJ. You're a really great opponent. Sportsmanship. Let's see how he responds to that. Because the booing doesn't work. And he was thriving off it. He was like Thanos. It was like every time you booed, he got another Infinity Stone. We got a lot more to get to. We'll get into the Yankees. We'll get into, what Alex Cora might mean for the Mets. The NFL draft, a lot to get to. Some surprises across the board. And Jets and Giants. Jets, great weekend. The Giants, I think they're getting a lot of flack. I think they had a great weekend. We'll get into that. But continuing the Knicks conversation, there is, it's not all positive. Something that has come away from this series is the coach and what may lie ahead for his future, depending on where this season ends up. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. I got you till 5 a.m. Alex's arm on the other side of the glass. Back after this.
The Yankees take on the Astros. 2:10 today.
Swung on in a deep drive center field. On the track, looking up. Goodbye.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM, 660 AM. And always live and available in Espanol with Ricky Ricardo on the free Odyssey app.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHAF.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
This portion of the program is brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com.
This is Alex Shulman.
And this is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Oh, yes, sir. Anthony Gallo on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Not Knicks related, but pretty spicy. Klay Thompson, Megan Thee Stallion, no more. Apparently he cheated. So, and she aired it all out. Real quick, and we're going to get to the Knicks conversation in a second. I just thought this was hilarious because it just popped on my feed. She literally posted, cheating had me around your whole family playing house, got cold feet, holding you down through all your horrible mood swings and treatment towards me during your basketball season. Now you don't know if you could be monogamous. Ooh, rough. Is that a bag fumble? I think that's a bag fumble. Klay Thompson, you dog. Terrible. We don't have that on the Knicks. We have all upstanding citizens, good young men. And a big win. Before and not to kill the vibes, but it's not all positive with the Knicks. When you look at what you're going to take away from this series, a win is obviously the most important thing. And I haven't really been displeased with Mike Brown as a whole until the final, not this game, but the final two games, game 2 and game 3, leading up to last night's victory. Specifically, game 3, the rotations felt infuriating. Not that McBride played bad, but, the relying on McBride and running the offense through him at times. And then going down to that final defensive possession, not the offensive possession, but the defensive possession where you go with your smallest lineup on the court, sans no Jalen Brunson on the court. And the biggest takeaway I came away from that was Quinn Snyder's a good coach. He's not a great coach. And I do think he's gotten the better of Mike Brown in this series. And I still trust Mike Brown. I still trust that he is, has the ability to lead this team. But his future now, I think, short of a really hard-fought Eastern Conference series or a finals appearance, and I'm saying like Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals and you lose a close one, his job is probably on the line. And I did not think that. Obviously, you lose in the first round. Everyone's job's on the line. The roster's on the line. Everything. I never truly thought they were going to lose in the first round. But I thought, you know what? If they play the Celtics and they lose, I think maybe they run it back and they give him another shot. Mike Brown, that is. Now I feel like if he does not get to the Eastern Conference Finals and have a good showing, like I said, either getting to the NBA Finals or, losing in a close Game 7, something like that, I think his job is 100% on the line. And I do think that, Dolan was sitting courtside, today. I do think that there will be a monumental shift if this team does not get at least back to the Eastern Conference Finals, and that might not even be enough. And it starts with Mike Brown. I have not liked what I've seen from him in the playoffs. I'm not lying. I don't dislike him as a coach. I didn't walk away from this season saying, wow, Mike Brown did a bad job. I actually thought he did a better job than any of you guys gave him credit for. Similar to last year, and Tibbs got the benefit of the doubt because Tibbs had been here for a long time and had built it up. Similar to last year, it felt like against a weaker opponent, and that was a big MO for Tibbs. Sometimes he would coach up against the big opponents, but would coach down against the weaker opponents, losing every playoff series that he lost with the Knicks against the team that was underdogs against them. Not that matters, but it just to put it in perspective. Mike Brown, again, frustrating in this first round. If they win the series, well, forget about it, and he gets to prove himself against the Celtics. Same thing with Tibbs last year. I came out of that Pistons series saying, well, at least we didn't get bumped in the first round, but I really wasn't feeling great. And then they went out and they did what they did against the Celtics, and I was like, okay, he's got me back. And I didn't feel like Tibbs was the absolute cause of them losing to the Pacers. It was more the accumulation of the 4 different playoff defeats against teams that you were favoring against. I believe that they were the higher seed in all 4 of those. But that's the one negative I'm taking away. And today he responded. I will say this. Today, Mike Brown came out and adjusted. I liked the mismatching of the starters with the bench. I liked how he kind of paired OG and Cat together. I mean, OG played 40 minutes tonight. Josh Hart played 31. Cat played 29. He only played Bridges for 19. Clarkson played 21. McBride played 23. Clarkson and McBride were great. Alvarado in 14 minutes was maybe the most impactful bench piece, at least having a super impactful moment. And here's the one thing is, the kid's afraid of nobody, and he's going to mix it up, and the Knicks haven't had somebody like that. I'm not saying that they have guys like OG. You see OG mix it up with guys, and they're not afraid to get in people's faces, but he's legit. New York kid, so we know the toughness is there. And, for a small guy, when, what's his name on the Hawks walked up, what's the backup center's name? Gay or whatever. I was like, watch out, buddy. Don't catch a right hook because we know Alvarado's, he can't get in trouble there. And they avoided it. It ended up being a tech on the Hawks. But I like the feistiness from him. Defensively, he's a pest. He's exactly the kind of guy you love on your team, you hate to play against, like a Peyton Pritchard, like a TJ McConnell, even to a lesser extent. But that was good minutes. Jordan Clarkson gave you great minutes, and it's exactly the reason why you brought in Jordan Clarkson in the offseason, was like a game like today and how he's played at times in this series. Defensively, he's giving you effort. He's getting you, good looks at the rim. And the ball movement, he was a part of that as well. As a whole today was beautiful. There was the one possession, I think it was in the third quarter, where the ball worked around the entire perimeter. And every guy, they had an open shot, but they knew if they got that one more pass off, they were only getting their teammate a better look. And then it ended up coming back around to Brunson, and Brunson eventually knocked down the big shot. It was beautiful to see, and they need more of that. We saw it in Game 3. Deuce at times playing iso ball. Brunson at times playing iso ball. And I know a lot of it isn't just we're seeing it as a simplification and just calling it iso ball. They get the matchup they want, and they want that player to break down the defender and really take on that guy. Well, it doesn't always work. Like we saw the final possession of Game 3, they got the matchup they wanted, Brunson hesitated when he had the mid-range, and he put himself in a bad spot and then threw the ball away. Tonight, they moved the ball. They took apart the matchups they got with Cat, at times with OG. And for OG, it's not the matchup he gets. It's him being aggressive. He is so strong. And he does not play like that all the time. When he gets to the rim, you see it. These guys can't stop him. And that's not just a Hawks problem. That's an NBA problem. He's a tough guy to cover. Cat, when he wants to, can be a physical force. He has to want to do that. And they're going to beat down Brunson. You're going to see it. You know, the Celtics aren't going to do that because they have a little bit different build where they're any guy they throw on the wing, any guy that they're going to use to cover a guard, they are a great defender. You know, they are a team built of great defenders. So you're not going to see them play the same style that maybe the Pacers or the Pistons or this Hawks team has played in playoff series against Brunson, where they're going to try and beat him up. It's not really about, you know, absolutely stopping him. It's about beating him up physically. He's a smaller guard. It's what you do. When that happens, the Knicks have to take advantage of that on the other side. There was some other things I liked, too, defensively that I saw, where they were trapping guys defensively tonight and allowing them to say, hey, if Daniels is going to beat us, Daniels is going to beat us. And he did it. 888-808-1019. Steve at Stanford. What's going on, Steve?
How you doing, Anthony? Liking the show.
What's going on, dude? How are you?
I'm a lifelong Knicks fan. Love the game tonight, but I have a couple of points, and a lot fits to what you're saying.
Yeah.
First of all, Mike Brown he improved himself tonight for sure. But you know, to me, he has to impose on JB. This isn't my biggest point, but a quick one. They have to impose on JB that JB's next level is getting his teammates involved, and that he can't turn into Carmelo Anthony. As clutch as he is, he's got to impose his will in the game by getting guys like Cat involved early and things like that. And Mike Brown has to impose his will as a coach by, in big spots, it should be a pick and roll with your two best players.
It is my biggest critique, Steve, is and I don't know if that is, you know, players have agency, but I don't know if that is they're not drawing it up enough or their players are not going to that in the game plan. It is you see it even when Alvarado or Dukes is on the court, they refuse to run the pick and roll with Cat, and he is. How do you cover him? Because he could fade and he could go to the basket. So definitely, 100%.
And especially at the end of the game. But that's where Mike Brown has to call that play and say isolation, JB and Cat, pick and roll. Because you're good. So Cat, people all like to say about Cat's the big man. He should be down low against this team. No, Cat's great exactly where he was tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
On top of the key,
yes.
Where you can utilize his three-point shot, his passing, and he can go to the rack. And that's the same place you can run the pick and roll. So Cat should be on top of the key. So that's that's one point. The other point is that, and by the way, the rotation, when he doesn't have, Cat should be on the floor 100% of the time when Brunson isn't. So when he starts fourth quarters without either of them on the floor, he's just an idiot. That's first. Right. Second of all, Josh Hart. I know you said your quote about Hart was he was good in Game 3 and he was better tonight. I gotta disagree with that. Hart was not good in Game 3.
He was.
To me, Hart needs to be like out. He was not doing when Josh Hart plays like he does tonight, and he's flying around the court. And he's doing that one-man fast break, and he's finishing. And he's doing that where he steals the ball and has those two consecutive plays. That's Josh Hart doing Josh Hart things. I don't care if he finishes.
But he did that in Game 3. He just didn't knock down his shots in Game 3.
He didn't do it enough.
He didn't. If you're cherry-picking the last play, do you want Josh Hart taking the last shot of the game? No. Like, that's it.
No, even though I thought he could have gone for the ball harder. But no, I'm not even saying that. But before that, he wasn't doing Josh Hart things. When he imposes his will on the game, the Knicks are a different team. And he doesn't do that. For all he's done since he's been here, he doesn't do it every playoff game. There are games that he disappears.
Steve, I appreciate it. We're going to agree to disagree. Josh Hart is not what he wants. He's not a ball-dominant player, so I don't know what you mean by imposing his will. He's always out there giving 110%. Game 2 was what I meant. Game 2, when you get the ball to Bridges, do you want I get it. Everyone was like, Josh Hart's got to take that down the court and finish it. It's the last shot of an NBA playoff game. I got to be honest. They got the shot that is money for Bridges. I would have rather have seen them, try to get JB the ball. Obviously, at Game 3, it didn't work out. Josh Hart is doing exactly what he's supposed to. When he doesn't knock down his shots, it hurts the team. Yes, it does. He does everything else he needs to do. But again, everything else Steve said, and we can disagree. That doesn't mean I'm right. Everything else Steve said was 100%. I think that we also get in this notion that big man needs to be down low. That's the game. Patrick Ewing and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal. And it's not what it is anymore. And it doesn't mean he's not going to have to be a force down low. When they play the Celtics, actually not even the Celtics, if they are to play the Cavs or they are to play the Pistons, which we don't even know yet, they're going to have to get Cat going down low as well, just because those teams are built a certain way. When you play the Celtics, they do play a lot of 4 out, and their bigs are lacking. I know they are a physical team. They're a good defensive team. They do lack a little bit of the same situation as they don't have Vucevic. They don't have, in my opinion, a guy that really truly bothers me as a big. They're they're an outside shooting team. As far as, when we talk about Josh Hart, he had 6 assists, 9 rebounds, 2 steals in Game 3. His biggest issue was he didn't knock down his jumpers. And he's not always going to do that. He's not the most prolific. He seems to hit big shots when he needs to. But his other point, too, that was 100% right. And it bothers me a lot. I don't know if they are afraid that they're going to clog up the court or they don't trust Cat to make the right decision. Or maybe they don't trust Brunson. I think it's probably more of a Cat thing. That pick and roll with Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns should be unstoppable. Because here's the thing is, Cat is a freak of nature. He is 6'10", can shoot, can dribble, can pass, can get to the rim. And Brunson, even for as tiny as he is, he's most effective in that mid-range area on the block. He is a very technical player. When he hits that turnaround fadeaway, that is his bread and butter. So to run a pick and roll where both players could kill you from the outside and the inside, that should be unstoppable. They refuse to go to it, and that could be on the players. It's probably on the coach. That is the biggest frustration I've had since night 1 of, and that's not just a Mike Brown problem either. He is the coach, so it doesn't matter what Tibbs was doing now because he's not around. But from last year and this year, why do they not run the 2-man game more? And he mentioned, Carmelo Anthony. The craziest what if for me was if Amari could have just stayed healthy. I remember, and it really didn't take, effect until that third season with them where they ended up going to the second round and Amari wasn't healthy enough. But when they would run the pick and roll with Amari and Melo, it was a thing to behold. They have to run the 2-man game. And you see it at times with Alvarado, not with Deuce, not with, Mikal Bridges or whoever else handles the ball on this team. Alvarado probably plays the best offensively with Cat. And you can't rely on him for 20-plus minutes a night in the playoffs. You just can't. But that is the biggest frustration I've had with this Knicks team. And I'm not going to just put it all on the coach. It probably is on him. The players do have agency, though. They have to be able to do that. And I think my biggest pet peeve with Brunson this series is he doesn't have to do this anymore, is not late in the game. I got to be honest. Late in the game, he's the guy I want taking the shot. He just is. My biggest frustration with Game 3 was, why didn't he take the shot? He had the mid-range jumper. He had it. I don't care who's on him. We've seen him hit shots over bigger defenders. He had that mid-ranger. He had Okongwu on skates, and instead he hesitated and he tried to take it to the rim and get closer into his more bread-and-butter area and then threw the ball away. It's what leads up to the last shot of the game that kills me with Brunson. Like, and tonight he did it. And we've seen him do it at times. We've seen him this year be a much better facilitator of the ball. But he's pressing. It's the only way I can chalk it up right now is after game 2, he has pressed in this series. And I think a little bit of that is he knows he's not doing the right thing. I think a little bit of that is they've had these moments where they can't buy a bucket, and he feels like he's got to do it all. It's not always a selfish thing. Sometimes he feels like he's got to be the one to uplift the team because he's the guy. And there's moments like game 3 where a lot of you wanted to blame Bridges, and I was like, well, he is the star, and he was the one who had the ball in his hands the last 2 possessions. In my opinion, it's on him. It's quarters, 1, 2, and 3, and the first, 10 minutes of the fourth quarter where Brunson is a little frustrating when he isn't passing the ball. I still count on him. I still believe in him. There's still not a guy, when I need a big shot, there's not a guy in the NBA I'd rather have than him taking the shot. It is what it is. Yes, I'm a Knicks fan. He's my guy. He's going to forever be my guy. And, I also think he's been bad this series. He was not 100% great tonight either, and that was before he ever got hurt, and they were able to dominate. They dominated game 1, and he was not perfect in game 1. And then game 2, he came out flying. Even tonight, him and Cat came out flying, and then he cooled off a little bit. And he does, the one thing Brunson also gets into is when teams are physical with him, when teams beat him up a bit, the frustration shows, and it does get to him. Benedict Mathurin last year, when they were jawing with each other, and that was exactly what that was the whole game plan, was to he wasn't there to be a great player. He did play great, but he was there to frustrate him. 888-808-1019. Jimmy in Warren County. What's going on, Jimmy?
Gallo!
What up, dude?
What's up, dude? I'm going to tell you, like I told you last week, no one is scared of the Hawks.
I love it,
Jimmy. No one cares about the Hawks.
I love it.
They don't. And you know what? I'm not going to get technical with basketball with you, but I got a message.
Let's hear it, Jimmy.
I believe in energy. I believe in the law of vibration. Hey, 25-year-old Knicks fans who don't know what pain is, stop chanting, "We want Boston" after one game outside the Garden and drinking syrup. Stop making villains out of 40-year-old shooting guards from Lehigh Valley, where I live. We should not be in this predicament. I'm not going to get technical on basketball. You're creating bad energy for the old heads that have been waiting forever. Enough.
Jimmy.
Let us work. Let us cook. We got to get this done.
Jimmy.
Oh, my God. These kids are killing me, Gallo.
I'm okay with them having fun. Like, I have no problem with it.
Me too.
But when you lose game 2 and you're outside the Garden chanting, "We want Boston," that's just stupid, in my opinion.
It's bad energy.
And the "we want whoever" chant is stupid to begin with, because it can't. Here's the thing is, it only serves to be used against you as firepower. The one thing I will say is, and this doesn't just go for the young fans, maybe we should cheer C.J. McCollum when he shows up on game 5. Because then it'll throw him off. Throw him off.
They're creating a villain. Stop giving this guy energy.
How many times?
What are you doing?
Jimmy, how old are you, Jimmy?
I'm 38.
Okay.
I lived in the Pablo Prigioni days.
That's what I'm talking about. That's my guy. Life of Pablo. I love Pablo. But let me tell you this.
Come on, bro. I started with Allen Houston. I lost for 20 years.
Right.
These kids started with Carmelo. You're screwing it up for all of us.
Jimmy,
energy is real.
I'm only 4 years younger than you. How many times have we seen role players, not just stars, role players, come into the Garden and turn into MJ? This is what happens.
Every time.
And I think the cure to that.
They make movies.
Yes.
At the Garden.
Every single person. Every time. Jimmy, great call. I appreciate it. I love the energy.
I got you, Gallo.
I'm on next Saturday. Call back next Saturday. We'll be having a party. I appreciate it, Jimmy.
I got you, Gallo. Let's go, Knicks, baby.
Let's go. Jimmy, that's the vibes I need. Jimmy sounds like a great time. He's right. And I got to be honest, my entire life, it doesn't matter if it's LeBron or Steph or Jordan or Kobe or Wade, whoever. Name them. Melo when he wasn't on the Knicks. Maybe the cure is when we have a villain, we treat him nicely. Kill him with kindness. Because I got to tell you, we've never booed a guy. We've never had an FU chant towards someone. We've never threatened a guy, and it's ever worked out for us. Ever. Trae Young killed us. Tyrese Halliburton lives in my nightmares. You know who hasn't killed us? When the Knicks lost to the Heat, it wasn't Jimmy Butler. It was Gabe Vincent. It was Max Strus, Kyle Lowry, Kevin Love, Bam Adebayo. Those guys killed us. When we target a guy, we targeted CJ McCollum. He didn't intentionally kick Brunson in the balls. He didn't. And yes, his answer afterwards was lame because we saw it in 4K. He didn't flop. You kicked him in the nads. He's not a villain. He's not the villain. We don't need a villain every series. We don't. We don't need an ESPN 30 for 30 every series because then you get Reggie Miller who lost the series and we get Reggie Miller who lives off it. And yes, a great Hall of Fame player. I know that. I'm not disparaging Reggie Miller, but then they live off of it. It's just, and then they're like Hulk or Thanos, Goku doing the spirit bomb. Only it's negative energy. Alex smiling at that because probably 97% of our audience doesn't get the reference. They just respond to it. It's the Garden. It's what happens. And we pick these villains. When has a guy ever come into the Garden and it worked out for us? I'll even go a step further. Even with the Rangers. Who was the coach of the Capitals? I think it was the year after the Rangers went to the Cup. And he said the Garden's not that loud. And then we were chanting, can you hear us? And then the Rangers choked it away in overtime. It never works out. It doesn't. We need to stop making villains. We make superstars. We give people something to put on their YouTube page. The 30 for 30. I can already see it if the Knicks lose this series. We're going to get to see, what if I told you a guy from Lehigh Valley at 34 years old, his career on the line, stepped into the Garden and broke the hearts of Knicks fans. You want that? You want that 30 for 30? I don't. I'm sick of it. Trae Young has had basically no success against the Knicks except for that playoff series. And all we hear about is Trae Young owning the Garden. I don't want it. We got a lot to get to. Knicks, Yankees, Mets, Jets, Giants. It's all on the board. I got you for 4 more hours. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Back after this.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase. Best.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentlemen's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is Alex Shulman.
And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, 1019. A lot of people on the YouTube chat commenting on my Knicks fitted. It's fire. Shout out to my girlfriend's brother. He copped it for me for Christmas, and it's honestly the only Knicks hat I have right now. Everything. My head is gigantic, so if any of my hats shrink, this is a snapback. I have a lot of fitteds. If any of my hats shrink, they don't fit on my head, so I have to end up donating them or getting rid of them. It's what happens when you're a size 7 and 7/8. It's impossible. My head is gigantic. My head is so big that when I played football, and I'm not a tall guy, I'm like 5'9". When I played football, I was a lineman / linebacker. I had the big pads. I had the big Predator helmet. It just sat on my shoulder pads like I was a Ninja Turtle. Like, for me to get into a 1-point stance or a 2-point stance, whatever I was in, offensive line, if I played on the defensive line, I had to pull my pads down so I could lift my head up to see what I was looking at. So the cranium is huge. No steroids either. If I took steroids like Barry Bonds, my head, it would be like Mega Brain or Mega Mind. Be scary. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Tony in Deer Park. What's going on, Tony?
Gallo, what up, my man?
What's up, dude?
Big Knicks win.
Big win.
Knicks win, baby. Big Knicks win. I just wanted to say one thing about the Giants when I'm done, but big Knicks win tonight.
Dude, you can get into it for sure.
Thank you, brother. We answered the bell tonight. We answered the call. I thought we were going to win by over 10. We're a way better team. We lost 2 games by 1 point.
Yes.
And
this is not even it's not even like disrespectful to the Hawks to say that. The Hawks have played well. This tonight is the exact tonight in game 1 shows the gap between these two teams.
Yes, I expect, but again, with how inconsistent they are, you don't know what to expect next.
Exactly.
So
you do not.
That's where I'm at as a Knicks fan. I'm 47 years old. I started watching when Mark Jackson won Rookie of the Year. I'm telling you, man, I've been through it all with these Knicks. I'm still not over 94. But I'm going to ride with this team. I don't care what everyone else is saying on the outside. I'm going to live and die with this team. And we'll see what happens. Let's go Knicks, baby.
Tony, before you get into your Giants point, too, it is funny because I feel like a lot, and I don't want to call casual fans. I don't want to do that. It feels like there's a lot of people that watch the Knicks, and it's like they are just waiting for the season to end. And it's like, let's just get there. Let's enjoy this. Let's ride it out because, I went basically my entire life. I'm 34. The Knicks have not been a good franchise in my life, and they are consistent. Let's ride this out. And I am
in the 90s, they would clean up these first-round series. It was never a series.
Right.
They would always just destroy those teams.
And this is not the they had to go through Jordan. They had to go through they had teams they had to face. But it's a different league now, too. And it's just the game has grown. So the talent pool is much greater. And this is where we're at. Look at the Pistons right now. And there are teams that are struggling in the first round just like the Knicks are. But it just feels like there's so many people just not wanting, but like I'm not saying they're rooting against the Knicks, but they're just the season's going to be over. Like, well, let's get there first. There's a whole game to be played. Let's play the games, and then
we got talent. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. You had a Giants point.
Okay, about the draft. They did what those good Giant teams did with that first pick. They took the best defensive pass. They took a pass that's going to – I mean, I'm psyched about this. This is what they did. I mean, in the second pick, I think that guy's in the bloodline. I mean, how could you can't go wrong with Samoan.
No, listen, I think that kid – I can't pronounce his name. The tackle they took is going to be a stud. And – I get it. People want Caleb Downs. You got a big win. A guy that some people think is the best player in the draft. A guy that was mocked at 2 across the board.
Yep.
You got him at 5. So you can't be upset. And there's this notion that they have too many pass rushers. It's like pitching. You can never have enough.
That's how we won Super Bowls.
That's how exactly. That's how they won the Super Bowl with Strahan and OC.
You beat the GOAT twice because you had the pass rush.
And
that's how you win.
And look at every team that has a defense they've had to rely on. You know, I'll go back to my team, the Broncos, for Super Bowl 50. Yes, they had a great overall defense. Their pass rush was filthy. They had 4 guys that get after the ball. Even teams now, I mean, you didn't know a lot of the names with the Seahawks. They got after the quarterback. The Broncos this year, they have like 5 guys that can get after the quarterback. You cannot. The Browns have 1 guy that can get after the quarterback, and then nothing else. And you see how that helps them. It's not a bad place to be. And I think the Giants are getting a lot of unnecessary flack for the draft. And we also don't know what Caleb Downs is going to be. I did think he was the best guy in the draft, but we don't know that.
We don't know yet. We don't know. But listen, as a Giants fan, I know he's going to probably come up to kill us at some point with the Cowboys. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Great call, Tony. I appreciate it. Great call. And yeah, we're going to dive deeper into the Giants and Jets stuff. But I felt like the Giants were getting both teams had a great draft. I mean, the Giants also, you come away with Colton Hood, who was a guy that was, potentially a first-round pick in the second round out of Tennessee. He's actually some of the few guys I got to watch. I'm a Florida fan. Tennessee, Florida, I usually never miss it. He's a great player. And Malachi Fields is, just because I got a lot of buddies who are Notre Dame fans, they rave about him. And, that they had a good draft. You got a we don't know what any of these guys are going to be. I usually look at it as, positional. Where did you go positionally? And you brought in the guy from Miami. He could play tackle. He could play guard. He's probably going to play guard first. And then when Illuminor is gone, or if Andrew Thomas, which has been happening a lot, gets hurt, he could slot over to tackle. You get the linebacker out of Ohio State, Orville Reese, who's a beast. You take a D tackle out of Auburn, and you go from there. They got a linebacker out of BYU. I don't know. You think I'm watching Illinois football? The only time I watch Illinois football is when I'm playing NCAA football and I'm managing them to an NCAA title. That's it. I didn't watch a lick of them. They played Rutgers once this year, and I watched it. That was about it. 888-808-1019. Ahmed in Berkeley, California. What's going on, Ahmed?
Hey, buddy. Thanks for taking the call. Just a couple of quick Giants notes, man. The first thing is when they hired Harbaugh, that was who I wanted, right? And I feel like he really showed his worth, not with the picks during this draft,
right?
But if you paid attention to what he did the next day after the Malik Neighbors quotes,
okay,
I felt like that was why I wanted him. I'm like an older Giants fan. I'm in my 40s because the way he handled it was a master class. He shut down the Malik Neighbors comments that he made that night. I was worried about those comments. I thought that they were coming from left field. I didn't like them at all. I didn't think that the comments were good towards Arvell Reese. I felt like that was kind of taking his shine that night.
Yeah.
But
I wasn't crazy about it either.
Yeah. And the way that Harbaugh managed it the next day, I thought that was a masterclass. And I feel like if that was Dayball, he would have dropped the ball like he always did. And just one other note about the Giants that I didn't want to bring this up, but it kind of annoyed me. I felt like this is the only thing they did this weekend where they dropped the ball was, as the father of a 4-year-old, the one thing they should have read the room about, I do not want to see Steve Tisser's face anywhere near the TV this season.
It was
okay. That was just egregious, and they're throwing it in our face. And as a father, I don't want to see that again.
Yeah, and I think Joe Shane saying that he's there as he always is was not like they're not reading the room on this. And whether you want to give the guy his day, whatever it is, we don't know. It's all just hearsay. They have to be smarter about it. The optics are bad.
I think we know what it is, right, Anthony? This is what it is when they announced, "Oh, I'm handing it over to my kids." We all know what that is. That's just to save face. But if you're going to go that route, do not have him in the center of my screen with my 4-year-old sitting next to me in a Giants jersey and you're clapping it up. That's egregious. You're throwing it in our face.
Listen, I can't blame you, dude. Great call. I appreciate it. I can't blame him. And it's some of these teams don't understand the optics, and I get it. It may be his call, and maybe Joe Shane. What are you supposed to do? That is the guy's cut your checks. So, like, I listen. It wasn't a good. And when it happened, we were doing the draft party, and it happened, and I kind of looked at the screen, and I was like, "Is that who I think it is?" And I was like, "Oh, that's going to be a terrible look tomorrow when people bring it up." Obviously, in the moment, you're watching the draft, you're watching the Yankees, Mets, Knicks. So there's so much flood in the timeline, and tomorrow when you got a couple calls, you got a couple tweets about it, and that was, it still is a story. I don't blame you for feeling that way, Ahmad. The Jets, I thought the Jets did a great job. You traded up, you used the draft capital to your best of your ability, and you went out there. You still, you traded up essentially. The slots between that first round pick that they traded up for to get Omar Cooper, and I think it was pick 33. There's not much of a difference. And with the amount of draft picks they had, they didn't need to go out there and save a 5th round pick if they thought they had a guy that they liked in Omar Cooper. And you added another wideout. You added 2 targets, and a lot of people killed them on the. I'll dive into it a little bit deeper. A lot of people killed them on the Kenyon Sadiq thing. That guy might be the best skill position player outside of Jeremiah Love in the first round. And I'm saying this as somebody who, before the Broncos made the trade for Jalen Waddle and they had their first round pick, I wanted him to be a Bronco. I wanted him on my team. It was a good night, a good weekend for both teams. We're going to jump back into the calls: Knicks, Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets, all that. The one thing I will say is the Harbaugh Shane comments on Kayvon Thibodeau were awkward. Yeah, we want to keep as many good players as we can. It's like you just traded Dexter Lawrence. And I'm not saying that means anything. Like you prefaced it, but you did just trade Dexter Lawrence. And Joe Shane, yeah, that's what we do. The big guy said it. That's what we do. I don't know. It came off a little awkward. But, outside looking in, both teams had a great draft. I love the D'Angelo Ponds pick. I loved him, watching him at Indiana. He's undersized, but he's a corner. Like, he's not going to be a guy you're relying on to stop the run. He's going to be a guy that can, help in that secondary, that desperately needs help in the secondary. 888-808-1019. Jake in Rockaway. What's going on, Jake?
Hey, how you doing? First of all, this series is over. Knicks have figured it out. I got a quick point and a question for you. By the way, your Mets are not making playoffs. That's why. Just a quick point. The Celtics, Knicks are easily going to beat the Celtics because if you see the last 2 games, game 2, the only guys on the Celtics scoring in double figures is Brown and Tatum.
Right.
No one. And then game 3. So game 3 they beat the Sixers only by 8, and they only had 3 guys in double figures.
Oh, Jake, it's a great point, Jake, and I appreciate the call. Thank you for the call. I didn't like the little shot at my Mets there. You know, he had to slide that in before he put the good Knicks there. You Mets aren't making the playoffs. Thank you for that leap of faith there on the Mets. I've just laughed. The Knicks could struggle against the Hawks and then be fine against the Celtics. I've just laughed at this notion, and it's come from Knicks fans. It hasn't come from, hey, Colin Cowherd is a troll. It's what he does. Knicks fans the Knicks can't beat anyone to certain Knicks fans. They can't beat anyone. It's not possible. But the Pistons are down 2-1 to the Magic. You don't hear about it. The Celtics lose and they're struggling. They're not dominating the Sixers. You don't hear about it. The Cavs have done a good job against the Raptors, but, I'm not shocked by that. But anyone could beat anyone. And then if they beat the Celtics, you're going to turn around, and if they play the Cavs, the Pistons, the Magic in the Eastern Conference Finals, you're going to say, they can't beat that team. They're going to lose to that team. My favorite thing was the Cavs with Donovan Mitchell, and Donovan Mitchell as a whole have never gotten past the second round. James Harden is one of the career, biggest chokers in playoff history in the NBA. They get the benefit of the doubt. The Pistons, who have played one playoff series before this year and lost to the Knicks, they got the benefit of the doubt. But the Knicks, somehow, there was no possibility they could have success in the playoffs. That was the overall tone. And right now, it's not like they've completely beaten that narrative. I just thought it was very funny how that works out. There was no way LeBron James was ever going to bounce back and do what he's doing. And look at what he's doing, which is fascinating. And before we get to the calls, I don't care what anyone says. I don't care if you dislike LeBron for whatever reason. Most of the time, it doesn't have to do with basketball. And we already know you guys are, virtue signaling what you're actually feeling about LeBron James. But the moment he had in that last game with his son, and his son playing well, by the way, and giving them good minutes, where you guys acted like it was like me suiting up in the NBA, that's awesome. That is Ken Griffey, senior and junior playing together. That's Bobby Bonds. Actually, I don't even know. Did Bobby Bonds and Barry Bonds ever play together? I don't think they did. But that is awesome. In the playoffs, meaningful minutes, by the way, not just like some garbage time, stupid gimmick that they did in the regular season. Very cool. 888-808-1019. My guy, Val in the Bronx. What up, Val?
The good Gallo. What's going on, my man? How you doing?
I'm good, dude. What's up with you?
Man, I'm feeling good tonight, bro. I need some time. Let me just first say, are you appreciating your life, brother?
Dude, I'm very, outside of the Mets, I'm very happy in life.
Monday to Friday, you sound like you have a great deal of fun, and then you get to come on a Saturday night like tonight.
We have a blast. I got to tell you, we have from 2 to 6, it's chaotic. You never know what Craig's going to bring. It's been awesome, dude. I'm having a blast.
You're in a prime position, my friend. You're in a prime position.
I appreciate you, dude.
Yo, my man, the game tonight, I got so many things I want to say to you. I hope I get the time to get it all in. Because firstly, I spoke to some people earlier, and I am glad they did what they did and the way that they did it, because McCollum had a rough night tonight, and I like the way that they handled it because they didn't have any one person that they sent.
They threw a million people at him.
Yeah, and they kept giving him different looks, so he never got a chance to get, comfortable and understand how to play off of what it was going. And if you can cut him down, the other guys are young dudes that don't know what's going on. He's the one that's either getting his or giving them the confidence and the lane and the opening or the shot to get theirs. So once you shut him down, they fall. And the whole intensity defensively from everybody raised up to another level. You know what I'm saying? That was a beautiful thing.
They said it. They all said it. CJ came out and said they were more intense than us. They were more physical. They were
on the floor. The minute I'm saying that everybody's bum touched the court at some point.
Every single person
tonight.
Bridges,
you know
Brunson, Cat,
all of them.
I mean, Alvarado lives on the floor.
Offensively, let's get to that now. Offensively, I love the way that, because you said something about agency. And I've been saying this all the time with Cat. He keeps getting his touches. He keeps getting his
I want to say this real quick.
Val,
real quick. I'm going to let you finish. That word agency, I want to give my dude Dexter Henry. I did the live stream at the New York Post for Game 2. He is, that word specifically, agency, he's a big proponent of that. So I wanted to give him a shout out there.
Because if you looked at what happened tonight, you know what I'm saying? If you looked at what happened tonight, when Cat was getting his chances, he made a point of either trying to dominate the dude in front of him or look for somebody else to get off. And I think you have to give credit, too, because they also made a point of it, all that stuff that OG was getting with those back cuts to the paint, all of that, too. Hello?
I'm here. You got me, Val.
Yeah, all of that, too, was because somebody said take advantage of that space that's open in the paint. Even Bridges a few times tried to drive the lane.
I thought Bridges
they were doing some things, man.
And I thought Bridges, real quick, I'm going to let you finish, Val. I thought Bridges was effective on his spacing tonight. Yes, he only had 8 points, but I did think there were times he clearly was more active. There were a few times he was wide open, and he just wasn't getting looked at by his teammates, but he was putting himself in those positions. He wasn't perfect, but I do think it was a good start.
Because it's to some extent they almost feel like, I keep saying it, they need their defense to feed their offense sometimes, and a lot of what went on helped that. But some of it too was that they got in better flows. They were actually hitting shots, and the first 3 games they have not really even played their best game. And even tonight, this wasn't their best game, but they are starting to trend in the right direction.
100%.
All I'm gonna say is shout out to them commercials y'all run for Bet365. There's one that I love, and I'm gonna end the call like this. Namaste, losers. You know what I'm saying? Have a great one, AG. Keep living the life, the good Gallo.
I appreciate you, Val. Great call as always. That's fantastic. A little love there for Bet360. Val's great. Val might have gotten my DBZ reference earlier. Me, Alex, and Val might have been the only 3 that got that. He's right. He's right. And I think that, I talk about this a lot, when I did the live stream, like I said, but Dexter Henry, formerly used to be here, update guy, good guy. I love the dude. We always talk about it. We always get on the coach, but sometimes the player is the one that has to make the decision. And he uses the word agency. That's why I just wanted to give him some love. That's not in my vocab. And it's in situations. There are times the coach has to drill it into these guys. But also, if, whether it's ball, spacing the court or getting to the rack, perfect example, like he said with OG, you got to take advantage of those spaces. If you're Brunson, Brown can drill it into him that he's got to move the ball, but he's got to see the court as well. Cat, he's got to tell Cat to be comfortable, to play in his game, to be that aggressive big and go out there and handle business. So it's not the coach matters, and he has not been great. It's also on the players to execute it. This is not, the NFL where when you call a play, you know that they're running that play. In the NBA, they may call a couple of plays in the huddle, but a lot of it is they're going to run the sets. You think they always hear the coach? The crowd is crazy. You think in the Garden when it's loud, they're always hearing what the coach is barking at them? They're not. That's where you have to trust that what you've instilled is there, and you have to trust that the player is going to do the right thing. This is not to excuse Mike Brown. I'm just saying, when we get mad at I get mad at OG, and as Val said as well, sometimes he plays timid and he doesn't attack the rim or he doesn't use the space to his advantage, which he's done the last 2 games. Bridges gets stagnant and gets kind of afraid and just sits on the outside tippy-toeing. And then you see a guy like he's a role player, but you see a guy like Alvarado get in there, and even Deuce, they don't really play scared. They have limited minutes, and sometimes it hurts them. At times it hurt them in Game 3 with Deuce, but they don't play scared. They're going out there and utilizing everything. They're a coach's dream. Mitchell Robinson, in Game 3 was not good, but Mitchell Robinson most of the time is utilizing everything that he's got going on. So it does play into it. 888-808-1019. Eric in Manhasset. What's going on, Eric?
Nothing much. I love the show. I love the Knicks. Go Knicks. My buddy Justin, let's go Knicks. My buddy Justin's a huge Knicks fan, so I'm going to let him say a word.
All right, Justin. What do you got, Justin?
Yeah, no, I just feel like tonight would just shows what a true aggressive like playing to its potential Knicks team got to offer. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think tonight showed the gap between these two teams and what a true contender looks like. But the Knicks have to do that again. So I'm with you on that. They could be this team. They could go very far and compete with any team in the NBA if they play like they did tonight.
Exactly. Yeah. If they play like they did tonight, I feel like they got championship potential. And also, it's like in this series alone, there's a huge difference in experience in like the experience of the players. You know, like the Hawks got one player basically that is like leading the team and basically just like one veteran, and everyone else is like kind of just like young. And like the Knicks,
C.J. McCollum and Nickeil Alexander-Walker are the only guys with really true playoff experience. And for Nickeil Alexander-Walker, he's never been a key proponent like he is with the Hawks. He was a role player with the Wolves. And for CJ, he's 34 years old. I thought his career was over. So you're right. You have to be able to finish this series off and show why you are in that contender category and not closer to what the Hawks are.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree with you.
I appreciate the call, Justin. Keep going. You got it.
Yeah, no, that's basically all I had to say,
all right.
to be honest.
I appreciate it. Justin, Eric, I appreciate the call, guys.
Hey, wait, we got one more. It's Kyle, also from Long Island.
Okay, we got the whole group in here. What's going on, Kyle?
The Yankees clobbered the Astros. We're in good shape.
I like it. That's right. I like it. Let's go, guys. That's hilarious. Well, I wasn't sure. Was Alex, when they called in, was Eric the one that you spoke to? I'm curious if Eric called in and he was like nervous and he's like, take the phone. But I appreciate it. And they say that, we don't reach a younger demographic. Shout out to those guys. They sound like they were having a good time. And I like it. It's okay. The other thing is, too, it feels like you have to duck anytime you say something nice about the Knicks. You have to, God forbid you have a little bit of confidence in them. Somebody's going to come in, they do this, they're not that good at that. Cat's soft, Brunson doesn't pass the ball. There's no way they're going to beat the Hawks. First it was they weren't going to beat the Magic. They can't beat the Hawks. They'll never beat the Pistons, even though the Pistons might not even get out of the first round. And another playoff first-round exit for the 98 Bulls, according to some Knicks fans, the way they treat that Pistons team. I don't know. I just feel like we will cross the bridge of what failure looks like if they get there. Let's worry about that when they get there. We can criticize and pick it apart, but this notion that so many Knicks fans have that they can't just go out there and lock into the game and watch. It's like the game is over before it started for so many of you. I like the vibes we're getting, and most of us that watch every night don't feel that way. And I'm not saying this team is perfect. I'm not saying they're the favorites to win the title. But this notion is they don't have a shot. All these other teams, their weaknesses, their shortcomings, their mistakes do not get amplified. But the Knicks are the only one. They don't have a shot. And right now, tonight, they showed you why they are in a different class than this Hawks team. They have to go and finish it, and they have to put it together for 2 more wins. And it shouldn't take till Game 7 to do that. But they are in that contender class. 888-808-1019. We got full phone lines. We'll get back to those. We got a lot to get to. NFL draft. Mets, Alex Cora, potentially an option. Yankees dominating. They're the best team in baseball. And the Knicks with a big Game 4 victory. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Back after this.
The Knicks got it done in Atlanta to even things up with the Hawks. A Game 5 showdown looms on 33rd and 7th as Captain Clutch looks to lead his squad and take back control of the series. The latest breaking Knicks news, the biggest Knicks opinions, and the most trusted voices delivering them all live here. Your home for New York sports is 101.9 FM WFAN.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2026 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backache, sciatica, and go see my guys, 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back to feeling yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain-relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Englewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
Hey! 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 My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad. That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Return to...
Yes, sir. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. It's a good weekend. Mets didn't play today or yesterday, so they couldn't, screw up the vibes for me. All my soccer teams won. Well, NYCFC didn't, which was a disaster, and they're free falling now. It's just the curse of Queens. And Knicks win. Yankees, good night. The Yankees continue to look like maybe the best team in baseball. And if you're a Yankee fan that's still negative about this team, I just don't know what you're watching or what you want. They're not the same old offense. They're a very versatile offense. They have the best pitching by a mile in all of baseball. Seattle has not stepped up, to the plate. All the teams that I would put in that boat of great pitching, the Dodgers' pitching has not been great outside of Ohtani. It's been more of their offense doing the job. Seattle struggled. Who else has a good pitching staff that we get? I mean, the Blue Jays are pitiful. So much for, Dylan Cease being, God's gift to pitching. Let's look through it real quick, and we'll get back to the calls, the next conversation, all of that. The Padres, probably the team I would say is the closest in pitching staff to the Yankees right now, and it's more the bullpen where they make up that gap. But exciting, another big win. And if you're a Yankee fan, you swept the Red Sox. You're on the verge of sweeping the Astros. I mean, that is as good of a week that you could have as a Yankee fan. And I get it. The Red Sox are terrible. They're just as bad as the Mets. And the Astros are having a down year as well. But you have to be, very happy with the way this has gone. Because I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Let's take, for example, the Miami Heat had a down year. The Heat, the Phillies, they're like my two least favorite franchises in all of sports. And no matter how bad they are, it always feels good to beat up on them. How could you not love sweeping the Red Sox in easy fashion? Now you're taking care of the Astros. They can't throw a strike yesterday. You dominate them Friday night. It's a good time to be a Yankee fan. It's a good time in New York sports. Take away the Mets. And if you care about them, NYCFC, it's a good time. World Cup's around the corner. We'll get a little bit of an event there if we don't ruin that as a country. It's a good time for New York sports. The Jets-Giants had a great weekend. It's a lot to be excited about. Knicks win Game 4, and they are back in the driver's seat in this series as home court shifts back to them. My guy, Tony in Montreal. What's going on, Tony?
How you doing, man? I've been listening to
good.
you guys. I was in Maine today.
Tony, real quick, I don't want to cut you off. I don't know if you know this, but the last time I hosted an overnight, you called in, and you must have zonked out, dude, because you were on hold for 2 hours, and for the final 2 hours of the show, we would go back to you, and you were snoring so loud. Dude, it was hilarious.
Yeah. Keith caught me like that, too, because when I was playing hockey, when I was in juniors in Quebec, this crackpot cross-checked me on the top of a bridge of my nose. Back then, no one's sending me to the hospital. The nose just healed itself like that, kind of crushed. So I got a serious problem. Like whenever I sleep deeply like that, heavy duty, the Z's are coming. The Z's are coming, man. There's something else. And Keith had me on, and he was rapping to my Z's. And if you gotta. And so I
gotta
wrote
find
him
that. That's
back.
awesome. That's hilarious, dude.
He was rapping to my Z's, so I wrote him a bunch of lyrics, and I don't know if he's listening right now, but shout out to Keith. I love you too, man.
That's great. Next time I talk to Keith, I'm going to bring that up. Dude, it was, and I'm sorry about the nose thing. It was hilarious, though, because at first I thought you were, messing with me. And then I was like, all right, we'll put Tony back on hold. And then we went back to you like 40 minutes later, and you sounded like you had like an iron lung.
Oh, yeah, man, I'm bad. Listen, my wife won't even sleep with me, man. I'm telling you the truth. It's bad. It's really bad. If she doesn't fall asleep before me, it's over, man. I got to go sleep in the couch. Listen, I was listening to you guys. I'm so happy. I got you on a skip. I was in Brunswick, Maine, watching Colby and Bowden play in the final game of NESCAC for playoff position. And I always go down and I shout out to Jesse Woods, an amazing coach. He coached at Notre Dame, and he took over the program at Colby, where it's my alma mater. And, I love going down there, sitting in the sun, and play. It's just great baseball. I saw doubleheader. So I head back, and, I'm driving up to Waterville, Maine, up I-95, going to Carabasset Valley. I said, you know what? I'm going to turn on WFAN, and bang, I get Emmanuel before you. So I was going to have a boring ride. No, there's no Wi-Fi. Can't get anything in the mountains, but I can get WFAN in the middle of Carabasset Valley. Can you believe that? And now that I'm riding in Quebec all the way back to Sherbrooke, I'm on Route 10 going to Montreal. I still have you on, clear as day. I can hear you like you're in the next room. So I love you. But I want to just say a couple of things, okay? Josh Hart, okay? The guy that called, 2 hours ago, Josh Hart's not doing Josh Hart things.
Yeah,
Gallo, what is that?
Steve was fine. I just didn't agree with the Josh Hart point.
Yeah, right. So I don't agree either. What does that mean? Josh Hart is not doing Josh Hart thing. If you don't like the way he's playing, bro, just say he's not up to par. He's not playing his regular game.
I felt like he was piggybacking on, my only criticism of Josh Hart in this series was the missed jumpers, and he's not here to hit jump shots. He's here to do all the dirty things and be the spark plug. I didn't feel like he was lacking in intensity in Game 3.
Let me say this, okay?
There's a lot of problems with the Knicks in Game 3, and that was not one of them.
Yeah. Listen, last night we in Montreal won a 2-1, 3-2 overtime game winner, and the night before they were condemning Kirby Dach because he fired the puck down the ice before he crossed center ice, so it was an icing. And they came back down, they scored the overtime winner, and there was social media in Montreal. They were saying they wanted to kill his wife and family in Montreal. They were out of their minds. So the coach,
that's messed up.
Marty St. Louis, goes on and says, "Hey, listen, chill it out." The Montreal Forum, when he walked on the ice, he got a standing ovation. What did he do last night? He led the TVG line. It's called the TGV is the high speed train, and I nicknamed it that, and I sent it in. But guess what? He gets a goal and an assist. Tessier, his right winger, gets a goal and an assist.
Right.
They lead. They scored 3 goals, and they beat them in overtime yesterday by a beautiful play. Tessier sets up Hudson to win. Why am I saying all this? Because Josh Hart is part of 4-5 great basketball players. And I hearken back to Clyde Fraser, Bonnie and Clyde. Back then, that's who Jalen Brunson is to me, Fraser. And that when you have a guy like that and those 5 guys on the thing, you can win any time.
Right.
But you got to win as a team.
Yeah.
You cannot look. I can't attack one guy and say out of those 5, this guy's a turkey. They play together, man. And if you start attacking them one after another, then it destroys the camaraderie, the chemistry. Listen, leave them alone, man.
Right.
They can win.
I appreciate
Leave them alone.
Tony, you're 100% right. Thank you for the call, dude. As always, you're the man, dude.
I love you, man. You're the best.
Tony, I love you, dude.
Anytime you're up here, come up to Montreal and have a good time with me, man. I'll take care of you.
All right. I got you. I'll take you up on that one day. I do need to get to Montreal. I appreciate you, Tony. Great Tony in Montreal. WFAN, we're everywhere. We're in Maine. We're in Florida. We're in Montreal. We're local and not local. But he's right. And all right, as a fan, as a Knicks fan who, listen, Patrick to me was and this is not a knock on Patrick. I'm 34. 99 is really not even the chunk of my fandom, but it's really where my Knicks memories start. I remember certain things from being younger, but 99, Larry Johnson was at the end of his, line really as a in his prime, and I was obsessed with him. But Patrick Ewing was a hobbled, bad need, limited minutes guy. Allen Houston had a couple good years and then got hurt. Melo was my guy, and it was short-lived with the Knicks. Brunson is going to be my guy. It does not mean I'm not going to criticize him because I have. I was on the Carton show putting Game 3 on his shoulders, but he is my guy, and he's always going to be my guy. To Tony's point, he's got a special place in my sports fandom, and yes, obviously he needs to win a title, but I also don't just call I am not a guy who roots for a lot of winners. You know, Champ Bailey's my favorite athlete ever. He never won a Super Bowl with the Broncos. Obviously, different sport, different position, impact, all that. But he needs to, like Tony said, Clyde would drop 30 in a game, but he'd also have 10 assists. You know, Clyde's got the greatest Game 7 maybe in NBA history, statistically. I think he had 30 points, 16 assists or something like that. It was a ridiculous. Let's look it up. Clyde Frazier. We'll get it right here. 36 points, 19 assists, 7 rebounds. It's got to be, if it's not, it's got to be one of the greatest Game 7s ever. But that's the impact that Brunson has to have. But his distribution, I'm not saying do not have the ball in your hands at the end of the game. What I'm saying is in the minute moments, in the second quarter, 5 minutes to go, and the Knicks are, you know, only up 4 after being up 10 and they need to get a bucket, it's not, yeah, sure, Brunson, go get us a bucket. But in those other moments when you need to facilitate. It's not at the end of a game when you're on a bad footing that you throw the ball away. No, that's when I want you taking the shot. So you do need to facilitate. And the Knicks as a whole, I'm sorry, I still see the vision with this squad. I'm not saying it's going to come true, and I'm not saying it's capable of coming true. But when I watch this team and I look at the roster, they have all they need to win. It's not a talent issue. It could be a fit. The puzzle pieces aren't fitting. The players aren't the right players. But you have OG Anunoby, who as a third option is one of the best, if not the best third options in the league. He's one of the best two-way players in the sport. He's an elite defender who could score at all 3 levels. No, he's not the elite shot creator. But that's why you have Brunson and you have Cat. Those are guys that can get their shots off from anywhere on the court. You have Josh Hart, who is the definition of a glue guy, not Paul Rosenberg, who almost destroyed the station tonight by spilling coffee on the board. You know, we'll remember that the next time we call him the glue. I'm not sure if I was supposed to say that out loud, but I just did. Josh Hart is a glue. He is the prototypical glue guy when you talk about NBA basketball. He is the fan favorite, the spark plug. And then you have Mikal Bridges, who's an elite defender, and Mitchell Robinson, who's an elite defender. And Mikal Bridges should be able to get more than 8 points a game, yes. And Deuce, coming off the bench, is one of the better bench guards in the league. And again, another very good two-way player. And you have size, and you have speed, and you have the ability to knock down shots. Jordan Clarkson, Jose Alvarado, lesser extent, Diawara. I mean, those guys have kind of been non-factors in the playoffs. They have the pieces. They have to be able to put it together. The coach has to be able to get the most out of him. And maybe they don't have the right coach. We're going to find out. And tonight was they did not get a good game out of Brunson. They got an okay game. He wasn't bad, but he was not good. They, tonight, short of Brunson playing to his best ability, they got as perfect a game as they could have as a Knicks team. And when we talk about, specifically when I talked about them being contenders and achieving the ultimate goal, tonight was what I wanted to see. Cat being dominant in every facet on the offensive end and having an impact on the defensive end. OG not being afraid to take over at times and his defense not suffering in that. Mikal Bridges doing what he needed to do defensively. The bench, guys like Alvarado and Clarkson and Mitch and Deuce coming in and giving them great minutes. Josh Hart doing all the Josh Hart things. Diving on the floor, getting rebounds, being a pest, creating turnovers. This was the vision. 888-808-1019. Josh at Inwood. What's going on, Josh?
Hey, Anthony. How are you?
I'm good, dude. How are you?
Thanks. Love the show. So really, you just stole the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to say, even on a night like tonight when Brunson wasn't his greatest, to see such a win like this, everyone coming together.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly what we need. On nights when Brunson isn't his best, when we could do this, then we have those nights when Brunson is his best, and just
he's
like
going to
that,
carry the team. That's exactly right.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what makes us the most dominant team. And when we're together and we play like this is who we are. We're a championship contender. And I just want to say, I was there. I was in the Garden Monday night, my first playoff game, actually. And it was rough. Thursday night watching the game was rough. But tonight it was good to see. It was good to hear those Deuce chants in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And
It sounded like a home game.
Game 5 is going to be rocking at the Garden. I can't wait. Let's go Knicks, baby.
Are you going
Thanks
to
so
Game
much for
5?
taking my call. No, I wish.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured. I saw tickets right now like 400 to get in the building. Josh, great call. I love the vibes, dude.
Thank
I
you. Have a
appreciate
good night.
it. Yeah. I mean, how could you feel any other way? When they lose, we're going to dissect it. We'll pick it apart. What changes they need to make. But let's get there first. Let's get to that point. There is just, I don't know, and I get it. The older Knicks fan, part of it's probably not a big NBA fan because, it's not the game you liked watching, and you're going to compare everything to the 90s, which I'm kind of sick of hearing about. And I get it. It's the last time they were consistently good. As a younger Knicks fan, I don't take these playoff games for granted. I get jacked up for these playoff games. I am fired up. If they could be down 3-1, I'd be fired up for Tuesday night. I've seen a lot of bad basketball in my life. And this is not to excuse away. It's not 2022 anymore. It's not, I'm just happy to be here. No. This is, we need to win a title window time. But I don't take these for granted. So I'm not going to sit here and just write it off. I'm also, a hopeless romantic, a forever optimist. The glass is always half full for me. And it's part of why I love sports. I'm a big soccer guy. When the World Cup comes around and the U.S. is playing a game, I'm not going to go into it and say they have absolutely no shot. I'm going to go into it with hope. Now, the Knicks have a legit shot, but I'm just saying it's not over till it's over, and there's a reason why they play these games. Look at the Hawks. You think Hawks fans were confident? Yes, they were probably optimistic. You think they were confident going into this series? Now they have a legit shot. The Knicks should shut that down, hopefully, starting with Game 5. The Magic. Everyone just said the Pistons were going to cakewalk in. Knicks fans, the Pistons, there's no way. You can't beat the Pistons. They're so tough. Everyone's tough in the playoffs. That's why you play the games. Oh, I can't go to break yet. I haven't talked to this guy in a while. My guy, Joey Clams in Brooklyn. What up, Joey?
How you doing?
I miss you. Now I hear you talking to Craig. I get a little jealous.
I thought I seen you in Positanos on 101st Street in Bay Ridge on 4th Avenue. You ever go there?
Today? Yeah, I've been there a bunch.
Yeah,
I go more to Pontevecchio's.
They see you in there. You eating a whole tray of Monte Gut.
Nah, must have been somebody else. I don't know who you're talking about right now.
That's my spot over there. I used to go there when it was 101s back in the day in the late 80s and 90s. You know who was the chef in there?
No.
The guy who played in The Sopranos, Vito, the fat guy.
He was a chef?
He was the chef for 101s.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Positanos is. Yeah, it was a big hangout.
Listen,
that was my joint back then.
Positanos is great. Me and my dad, we go to Pontevecchio's a lot.
Oh, you do? Oh, that's our other place. The guy, that's the things you wear on your face so you keep the sun out of your eyes. That place over there, fucking beautiful over there. You got to get in there with the cognac sauce. It's the cognac with the shrimp.
Okay, I'll try that next time I'm there.
Yeah, you got to get that at Pontevecchio's. Yeah.
If you ever see me,
Arios used to be on 85th Street.
Joey, if you see me and you think it's me, come say hi. I would love to meet you in person. So if
I'll let you know. Yeah,
if I'm out, I'm a very approachable person.
I'll be coming to Brooklyn soon.
Yeah,
I got to make a trip over to Michael's on over in Marine Park. Wherever you are.
Delicious.
I got to go there. Yeah, it's all about the Knicks. I'm a big Knicks fan going back in the day.
Yes.
I used to have the poster on my wall with the 73 Knicks. I had the Busher, Clyde. I was at the game in 84. Me and Christine Angelina. I was 18 years old. Scout tickets. Friday night, Game 3. Knicks and Celtics.
Okay.
Bernard put it on. Larry Bird.
Uh-huh.
84. I was 18
I know
years
very
old.
well,
at the
yes.
Garden. I sat in the orange seats. That was the second section.
Yeah.
It was red, orange. It was red, orange, yellow, green, blue.
I remember. I do remember. How you feeling right now? You feeling good about the Knicks? Where are we at?
Yeah. They got to run. They got to run it through Cat. The Cat's got to touch the ball all the time. Because that, you know why? Because when Brunson touches the ball, he's got the double, and they know he's going to chuck it.
Yeah,
and
I also think that
Cat. Then they got more options.
100%.
You see, like tonight, they have more options.
They do. And
you open it up where they takes the double off of Brunson, then you could kick it back to him and let him hit the three.
And we saw that happen.
Cat. He hit the OG coming down the wing on the side. Hit him.
Yeah, Joey, you're the man. Again, if you see me, holler at me. Give me a call. I'll be there.
I'll let you know when I'm going to be there. Look for the guy with the Bruno Maris on.
Okay, I got you, buddy.
Oh, the 12 horse next week for the Kentucky Derby. Chief, I forgot his Chief's son. He's the 12 horse.
Okay. I appreciate it, Joey. You're my guy. I appreciate you. The great, the legendary, the iconic Joey Clams. My girlfriend's listening. I was not there eating a whole tray of Monogoth. So, please, do not kill me when I get home. Also, awesome restaurant. Positano's, Bay Ridge, I'll say it to this day. And I just moved there a year ago, but I spent a lot of time there before that. Being in Staten Island when I was living there, not from Staten Island, but just living there for a long time. My dad in Rockaway, the perfect meeting point, Bay Ridge, and a lot of, familiar spots over there. My mom spent a lot of time over there. It's the most underrated food area in the 5 boroughs. And you get everything you want over there, every country, and it's delicious. And Italian food-wise, Brooklyn Roots is my favorite restaurant in maybe the world. And Ponte Vecchio is right next to it. The corner, they just opened up on 86th Street. I forgot the name of it. There's a million great places over there. It's underrated, doesn't get enough love. And, sometimes you get afraid. You don't want to say it, and then there'll be lines out there. But Positano's is great. Campana. Now I'm getting hungry. All these places, fire. You got a Kettle Black over there, Kettle Black in Staten Island as well. Great wings. A lot of good spots over there. Hobra. I am a thesaurus of food. I pride myself on being the guy that people reach out to. Hey, I'm going to this neighborhood. Where should I eat? And I have a very eclectic, I love to eat everything. What's the lame joke? I have a seafood diet. If I see food, I eat it. All right, I'm not great at comedy. 888-808-1019. We got 3 more hours of jam-packed sports conversation. We'll pivot, baseball, football. Yankees continue their dominance. The Mets didn't play today, but does the Alex Cora firing have an impact on the Mets? We'll get to that, the NFL draft. Anthony Gallo on The Fan.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York. An Odyssey sports station.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge. with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SHAF.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SHAF.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2026 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backache, sciatica, and go see my guys, 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back to feeling yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain-relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Englewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad. That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Your official station to talk Yankees. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Anthony Gallo on the Fan. I got you for another 3 hours until 5 a.m. I'll be back next week. Actually, on a day part, or not day part, but it won't be the overnight. I'll be on following Emmanuel. I got it from 6 to 11 p.m. So a little different time window there. We'll have some fun. Hopefully, we're previewing the Knicks' second round. I don't think that would be the jump off for, let's see. The Knicks would play again Thursday would be game 6, and then Saturday would be game 7. They haven't announced the time if they went. So we could be talking about game 7. We could be potentially previewing the second round for the Knicks. But Tuesday is game 5, 8 o'clock, Peacock on the cock. The great, I think the NBC has done a fantastic job, with their broadcast. And I love. There's just the little things. I think the halftime show is great, or the halftime, Maria Taylor, Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, and Mello do a really good job. And it's the little things that getting the introductions is great, which we wouldn't get from other broadcasts. And I've been very happy with the broadcast changes. And I actually think the ESPN broadcast has gotten better because they feel the pressure now. Alex, as a NBA fan, how have because you don't have the nostalgia of NBC back in the day, but how have you liked the new broadcasts?
I like Prime and I like NBC, but I still think ESPN's lacking.
Okay, that's fair. I don't disagree with that too much. I think they've gotten a little better. I think they haven't touched inside the NBA, which is good, but that's not really a part of their broadcast. But NBC has done a great job, and they actually make it feel like the games matter. Whereas ESPN is just like, hey, we have this game, so we're going to put it on. So, yeah, I've been very pleased with it. I know everyone hates the streaming and all that stuff, but, I have all these streaming services. So, for me, I get it. I sympathize. It's not really a problem for me. I watch stuff with multiple screens anyway. If I wasn't doing the draft party here, which was awesome, it was a ton of fun, and we couldn't have gotten a better night of sports. If I was home, I would have had Mets on probably on my laptop, Knicks on the TV, draft on my phone, or the Yankees on my phone, and then checking back and forth with the draft. So there's a lot of, adjustments, but just like anything else, it eventually it's just going to become second nature to bounce around all these things. And it's funny because MLB and the NBA get crushed for these multiple streaming services. The NFL has the same thing. And they've always had the same thing. Fox, ESPN, CBS, NBC. And then they went to the streaming side of things. And then the Super Bowl's on a different channel every year. So it is the way it sucks. And it's just, capitalism at its prime. But I don't know. I'm used to it. Maybe I'm a sheep. Call me a sheep. 888-808-1019. Another thing, too, and I know Alex knows this. As a soccer fan, and I watch a lot of different leagues, they're all on streaming services. Peacock, Paramount, ESPN at times. I have to bounce around. Italian soccer's on Paramount, the Premier League's on Peacock, and the MLS is on Apple Plus, or Apple TV, whatever the hell it's called. So it's a lot to bounce around to. But back to the calls we go. 888-808-1019. Everything's on the board. Peter and Lawrence, what's going on, Peter?
Hello, Anthony. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
Me? My favorite NBC announcer was Marv Albert and Dick Enberg.
Oh, I mean, Marv, the man.
Time ago. But you are correct. I do not want to steal the thunder away from the Knicks, but they'll finish this on Game 6 in Atlanta before my mother's Mass on May 1st.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to baseball,
right,
Alex Cora has been let go.
Yes, they did. The Red Sox fired him and his staff today.
I think Mendoza has.
Right, and it's the first thing everyone thought about when he got fired. I don't know if the Mets are going to, if they fire Mendoza, it's probably more of a when they fire Mendoza, and I appreciate the call, Pete. The thing is, though, if you're the Mets in the offseason, and maybe I'm overthinking this, and I'm going to compare it to something similar in another sport for a team I like. If you're going to hire Cora, don't you think they would go the Beltran route first as kind of like, hey, he was going to be the manager, and we didn't hire him because of cheating, but we're now going to hire a guy who's just been chased around by cheating allegations. Listen, I think he's a good manager. I'm not saying that. It's just I don't know how the optics feel. And also, I'm pro-cheating. At this point, I need anything. And I'm only pro-cheating in sports and in my diet, not in my relationship. I'll leave that to Mike Vrabel and Klay Thompson. But, if I want to eat like a cheesecake when I'm not supposed to, I'm going to do that. Or, have a full pizza, a large pizza, I'm going to do that. Before my sports teams, at this point, I need the Mets to win. If they got to cheat to win, let's get the trash cans. Let's get the buzzers. Let's juice up Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto, whatever we need. Because at this point, I don't think God could save us. But you didn't give Carlos Beltran the job, and it was during the Steve Cohen era. If I'm correct, Steve Cohen was the one who was owning the team at the time. I'm going to look it up. Let me confirm that. Let's see. So I guess, when did Steve Cohen officially... I actually might be wrong about that now that I'm looking at it. So Cohen bought the Mets November 2020. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, so actually I'm wrong. Cohen bought him in November 2020. Beltran was hired in January, or he was let go in January of 20. Okay, that makes sense, right? So, all right, I was wrong about that. The reason why I conflated is I knew Luis Rojas was the manager that first season with Cohen at the helm, that 2021 season. They bring in Lindor. Okay, it makes sense. All right. Anyway, I still think with Beltran getting the jersey retirement and he goes into the Hall of Fame, it feels like he's going to be the next Mets manager when they get rid of Mendoza. It doesn't mean this season. Maybe they ride this season out with an interim manager, see what happens, and then next year hire a guy right out the gate. And it's also tough because Evan pointed this out to me the other day. Like, if you bring in Beltran this year, he's going to have to miss some days because he's going to do the Hall of Fame speech and the jersey. We have them on the field doing the jersey retirement and then back in the dugout. And it's crazy because they fired everyone. They fired Cora and the staff. And the Red Sox are going to be so much better than the Mets. The Yankees, sorry. The Red Sox are going to be so much better than the Yankees. Just like the Blue Jays. They were going to be so much better than the Yankees. The Red Sox are pitiful this year. And I don't want to be this guy, but I do think Cora is a good manager. But just for devil advocate's sake, do we know he's a good manager? Because every time he's won, there's been cheating allegations tied to him. The Red Sox had a ton of cheating allegations. We just didn't focus on it. And it wasn't as big of a deal. Blue Jays are only a game and a half better than the Red Sox right now. 888-808-1019. Hector in the Bronx. What's going on, Hector?
Guy Gallo, how you doing this evening, buddy?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
I'm all right, man. Hey, you're right. You got people calling from all over, man, and go to my stuff. I'm from the Bronx, but I'm pretty frequent caller. Me and my wife truck drive across the country, and we're always calling from. Well, I'm always calling from different parts of the country. Presently, Alabama.
Oh, okay.
But you guys.
So you're getting the signal down in Alabama, or you're list streaming it?
Odyssey app.
Oh, okay.
I get to. Yeah. So I want to give you guys props, man. You guys make my nights go by pretty, smoothly and keep me awake and entertained throughout the evening. So I really appreciate you guys.
Well, we appreciate you, dude.
And I just want to say, Gallo, I'm a Yankee fan. I never wish ill on the Mets because I'm hoping for another Subway Series. So I always root for you guys, except when you play my Yankees.
Yeah, and Hector, you're always pretty fair with the Mets.
Yeah. So and so I just want to say that I think. Oh, by the way, I appreciate you giving me a follow back on Instagram. And
right, dude, I didn't know that was you. Yeah. I've been following that account for a while. I had no idea that was you.
Yeah.
Your art is awesome.
Oh man, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I've been doing the street art since I was a kid. And, growing up in the city, that's pretty much what we did for recreation and stuff like that. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's funny, and I followed you back when you followed me the first time, and I'm a big Jesus and Merrill fan, and Merrill follows you too, so I thought that was pretty cool because I know he used to do a lot of that too back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of guys did actually, even people like Fat Joe, the So the rapper guy was involved in that a lot, and he still does it actually.
Yeah, my cousin from Brooklyn, he used to do, used to tag a lot of stuff. So I know, like, I'm a little young, so it's not, was never really prevalent when I was growing up.
Yeah, it was more like back in the Beach Street days and the 80s and 90s thing. It was, like I said, it was a lot of fun. But anyway, I think that sometimes you have adversaries that you hate. So I hate Alex Cora in a good way, kind of say, because I hated him because he did outmanage Boone occasionally and won a World Series and beat us a few times. So but then you grow a sort of admiration for your adversaries because you're like, wow, this guy's pretty good. So with that being said, I don't think the Red Sox stink because of Cora. I think that he's a decent to good manager, and I think he's an upgrade from Mendoza. And I just think that he doesn't have any tools with the Red Sox, and I think that letting him go is probably a blessing for him because he probably doesn't want to be there anymore. He's probably looking for a change of scenery because that place, they're not what they were when he got hired, where they invested in their team and try to make a competitive team. They stink because they have a lot of bad players. They got rid of all their good players.
Right.
So I think that a change of scenery for him, it might be good going to the Mets where Steve Cohen is going to spend money and maybe he needs another baseball mind in there that can help him and even probably help the GM, and collaborate with them as far as getting future talent for the team to be better and put together a better product for the Met fans. Like I said, I feel for you guys, and I'm not a Met fan, but like I said, I don't want to see you guys spiral down the drain. I'd rather
Hector,
see you guys be competitive, man.
I'm in the same boat, and I appreciate the call, man, and I appreciate your support, all that. I'm the same way. I mean, it's funny. I've gotten accused of sounding like a Yankee fan on here. I am not I got to be honest. I used to hate the Yankees. After they took care of the Phillies in 2009, it kind of went away. And I think it is more fun if the Mets, my first thought is, are the Mets good or bad? That's the most fun for me. But as a baseball fan in this city, it is fun when they are both good. 2022, 2024, when it felt like there was a legit shot of being a Subway Series. I know some people dread that. I'm sure Major League Baseball dreads that. Not me. I think it would be awesome. I grew up with all Yankee fan friends. And the most fun is when both teams are good and we can fight and argue and bicker. They most of the time are the ones getting the one up on me. I love that. The Mets are pitiful. I don't know if Alex Cora is the answer. And I got to be honest, I don't really want Alex Cora. He's probably going to be in the running. I would say right now, the two guys, if you had the pennant as the odds-on favorite, the two guys who are the odds-on favorites to be the next Mets manager are probably Alex Cora and Carlos Beltran. There are two people, and Met fans are not going to like this, two guys who have killed the Mets a lot, and one of those guys has a moment against the Mets, which is specifically my brain, scorched us. But Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols, two guys with manager ambitions. I think Molina managed in the World Baseball Classic, and I know Pujols did manage. Molina was the Puerto Rican manager, and Pujols the Dominican Republic manager. Molina, ex-catcher, fits that catcher mold that we always see, and Pujols, I think, great baseball mind, loves the game, and probably should have been the manager this past season for the Angels. It's probably going to be Beltran or Cora. That's just the way it is. I don't think it's going to be in season. They're going to fire him, and it's probably going to be the other Cora on the Mets staff. Let's see. I'll tell you right now. Kai Correa. Sorry, not Cora. Correa. It'll probably be Kai Correa who ends up taking over. They don't have anyone else that has legit managing experience, and Kai Correa was the guy that everyone kind of pointed to as the person who would be the interim manager if Mendoza was fired. They will hire a guy in the offseason. It will not be in season. And also, I don't think they want to hire someone in season, and I hate to bring this up. I don't think they want to hire someone in season and then there is a lockout and you're paying a manager back pay when it's done. And there's a lot of momentum in baseball right now. So hopefully we avoid that. But it is something to think about as we continue this conversation. Bob in Rhode Island, what's going on, Bob?
Yeah, I'm happy they got rid of Cora, but really not that happy because I think he's pathetic. I hate the Red Sox.
Okay.
And go Yankees.
Okay, great call. I love it. Bringing the heat there, Bob. Really brought the heat. I don't even know how to respond to that. Yeah, thank you. You hate the Red Sox, and here's a good question in the chat. Pope Steph, 3291. Honest question. Hypothetically, Cora was the Mets manager to start the season. Would they still be 9-17? I think so. I mean, I think that two things can be true. I'm not putting the start of the season on Mendoza. Me and Hoff go at it every day, and I think Met fans are a little, they blame this guy for everything, and it's been the players. They've been a disaster. Like the other day, you get 1 1/3 innings out of Christian Scott, and I hear Met fans crying that Mendoza's mismanaging the bullpen. What is he supposed to do? Your starter threw 60 pitches or whatever it was, 50 pitches in the first couple of innings. I'm going to get you the exact number on that. But, and the Mets have a doubleheader today, obviously, if you didn't, hear. But there's not a lot. There hasn't been a game this year outside of, I'm trying to think what game it was, but there was one game where I felt like he mismanaged the bullpen. When they go out there and they blow the game in Chicago, not the Devin Williams part, but the lead up to Devin Williams, I thought he mismanaged the bullpen. And then the choice to pitch to Nico Horner, I'll put that one on him. There isn't a lot I'm putting on Mendoza, and it doesn't mean he deserves to keep his job. But there isn't a lot I'm putting on Mendoza when it comes to this season. The Mets, I think, were doomed to start this way no matter what. I think Stearns shoulders most of the blame. The star players, Bo Bichette's been terrible. Lindor was terrible up until those last 3 games before he got hurt. They've been bad. The players have been bad. Clay Holmes, Francisco Alvarez, and Nolan McClain are the only guys really performing. Marcus Simeon's been better than people have given him credit. But that's it. Those 3 guys, Clay Holmes, Nolan McClain, Francisco Alvarez, the only guys that have really played well to start the season. The Mets win 10-8 on Thursday night. Christian Scott goes 1 1/3. He walks 5 batters. He throws 43 pitches. And I hear Met fans blaming Mendoza, saying he mismanaged the bullpen. That's just not that's not how I see it, playing out. So, no, I don't think, maybe they're 11-15, but I don't think the Mets team is very good. And I think that, I got crushed by a lot of people when I questioned, saying that they had a lot of question marks. And there was a lot of things that I needed to see happen before I could really believe in them. And I definitely overshot giving them 87 wins. That's what I thought they were. We're an 87-win team. They're probably a 78-win team, the way things are going. Now, they can always get back into it. They're 9-17. They've overcome this deficit before, and it's early enough. It's got to start today. You got to win both games today. You got to leave this homestand 4-2, and that's how you got to go. You got to go 2-1 minimum every 3-game series. You got to win series now until the end of time. And when they get back to 500, we'll have a serious conversation. If they don't, heads are going to roll. Guys are going to get traded. And you know what sucks? Bo Bichette stinks. He's going to opt into this contract now. And you get another year of Bo Bichette being terrible. 888-808-1019. Chris at Farmingdale. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, what's going on? I want to talk Knicks, but
we can talk Knicks. We can talk Knicks.
Yeah, I want to. Not based on what the callers are saying. Look, leave Mendy alone. It's not his fault.
It's
you
not.
Want to fire somebody? Fire Stearns, and Cohen's more to blame than it is Mendy because he let this fiasco happen.
You're gonna bring another manager, and it's gonna be the same. Who's gonna hire the manager?
And not for nothing, Chris. And I'm not saying the Mets are going to turn this around, but this is a guy who 2 years ago was a part of a team that had a big deficit and turned it around and got them to the NLCS. So I
love Mendy.
I got to be honest, dude. I love Mendy too, and I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to die on this hill if he gets fired. But he's not the problem. I think he's a good manager, and I think he's going to land somewhere else. And we're going to sit here and be like, man, we should have never fired Mendy. And everyone's calling for Mendy's job right now.
Yeah, and if anybody should get the job after Mendy, it should be Beltran.
I think that's the route that's going to end up happening. I don't think it's going to be Cora, but I do think those are the two options. I don't think it's going to be anybody else.
I'm fine with both of them, but I mean, I just don't think it's what do you want the guy to do? The guy was given a broken team, and I mean, these guys aren't. Bichette's not hitting. Polanco's hurt. I mean, Lindor's hurt. I mean, what do you want the guy to do?
Yeah, Soto's been out. His pitchers don't make it out of the second inning. That's not his fault. Like last year, is it his fault the starters are terrible? No.
And Christian Scott, this kid stinks. He's not good. Where has he been good? Where's the hype? I mean, look at Scooble. When he came up, boom. The guy, what's his name on Pittsburgh? Boom.
I don't think Christian Scott had much hype. I think he was a lone pitching prospect in a very poor farm system when he first came up, and now it's revamped. But you had a Knicks point before I hang up on you.
No, yeah. So if you notice, and it's amazing. It's amazing how Brown finally adjusts a little bit. I don't know if it's Brown or maybe it's the players that the light bulb came in. But I saw it was only twice, but it's better than nothing. They double teamed McCollum twice, and at 2 times they double teamed him. He passed the ball. One, I think he was on the outside of the perimeter. He passed the ball. I think it was OG and Brunson.
Right,
and
then he gave it to Daniels.
Baseline.
Right.
What's that?
The first time they trapped him at half court, and he had to give the ball to Daniels, and Daniels took a bad shot. Yeah,
and then I think the second time was at the baseline. I'm like, what? Why did it take the game 4 to do this? You know, am I not mistaken? They were double teaming Brunson in the series, and that's why he got flustered and turned over the ball. I mean, look, I understand that it's the NBA is one-on-one matchups, but McCollum is taking almost every single shot. The guy can throw it over his head backwards, and he makes the basket. Yeah. At one point, he said, "What do we have to do?" All right. Double team the guy, forcing this to pass the ball. If the other guy makes the 3 or makes a shot, fine. But just make this guy pass the ball. And he did it twice today, and both shots I don't think went in when he passed the ball, whoever he passed to. I mean, this is all I'm asking for, Brown. Just adjust to things. You know, you don't adjust, you can't win these games. And today was the game that I expect the talent from this team to do. And here's another thing with Towns. Oh, get Towns the ball, get Towns the ball. You know, Towns today when he got the ball, he was passing it, but he was making some good passes, and he got a bunch of assists. What they don't understand is when he was passing the ball in the previous games, he was doing the same thing. The only thing I had a problem with was when he was on the perimeter and he had 2 threes he could have shot, he passed the ball. That's on that kid. That's on him. You can't blame coach. You can't blame Brunson. You got to blame Towns. Why didn't you shoot the ball? It's like he's not confident. And even today, there were some times he could have drove to the basket, and he's like dribbling, and then he stops, and he's passing. But even when he does drive to the basket, how many times does he get caught up? He gets tangled.
Well, I actually thought that he did a good job. But I understand the frustration, Chris. A great call, dude. I appreciate the call. I actually thought he did a good job today. He was getting to the basket strong. My favorite thing that I saw from him, besides the passing, because he is a beautiful passer, and I love seeing a big man that can pass the ball around. Jokic, him. Shaq was an underrated passer. Sabonis back in the day, the dad, and the younger Sabonis as well. He got the ball in the post. First one, got an offensive rebound, put his shoulder down, right up. Then they were moving the ball around, and I forget if it was off an offensive rebound, and then they got the ball to Cat, but they're moving the ball around. Cat gets the ball. I think McCollum's on his hip, and he hits him with the drop step. You know, and you know, nothing, I tweeted it out, nothing gets me going like a good big man drop step in the post. As someone who wished he was 6'10" when he was a kid, playing on the Fisher-Price rim, hitting drop steps on my buddy, you know, acting like I was Shaq or Tim Duncan, that was beautiful. And then you watch him, you know, be able to create. And Cat has been great this series. I have no complaints with Cat. Defensively, he's been fine. Game 1, he missed a couple of backdoors that were frustrating, but defensively, he's been fine. He hasn't been elite. He hasn't been great, but he's been fine defensively. He's not hurt them. And offensively, he has not been the problem. Game 3 in the fourth quarter, I thought he could have done a better job having a smaller guy on him. I know Kuminga is a strong dude, but you had him on him. You got to be able to take control of that situation and be able to battle for position so your teammates are going to give you the ball. But I don't think he's been the problem at all. And they have to play. And again, in the chat, somebody says that Towns was amazing tonight. This series is Cat series. The matchups favor him more than they do Brunson. Yes, because they don't have a big that could stop Cat. Brunson, they could throw fresh legs at him. Daniels, Kuminga, even at times Jalen Johnson. C.J. McCollum's not the greatest defender, but they could throw him at him at times just to get, a couple of times here or there. Nickeil Alexander-Walker. They have bodies to throw at him. They got no answer for Cat. So we'll continue that conversation. We'll keep the Mets conversation going. The Yankees, the NFL draft happened this weekend. We'll get into that. We'll run down the whole draft. The Giants, I think it's pretty official. The undrafted rookies that they're signed, so we'll get into that as well. A local kid, DJ, what was his name? DT, the wideout from Rutgers. I'm going to tell you right now. DT Sherfield goes to the Jets on the undrafted free agent front. We'll go through all that. We'll give out, some grades right here on the Fan. Anthony Gallo, 888-808-1019. Back after this.
The Yankees take on the Astros. 2:10 today.
Swung on in a deep drive center field. On the track, looking up. Goodbye.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is the Fan. 101.9 FM, 660 AM. And always live and available in Espanol with Ricky Ricardo on the free Odyssey app.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
As the weather warms up and it's time to actually look like you've got it together, I'm rocking Flag and Anthem. Their short-sleeve Journey shirts, perfect fit, lightweight, along with the Pivot Performance shorts. Total game changer. Flagandanthem.com, code WFAN25 to get 25% off. Flag and Anthem, premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found Tax Relief Advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, And I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called him. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2026 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Your official home to talk New York sports is WFAN. Call us anytime at 888-808-1019. The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
I want to get to some calls. Some people have been waiting. Annabelle in Bridgeport. What's going on, Annabelle?
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
Oh, man, I have been trying to get in touch with you because your voice is something else. It sounds like Tony from The Soprano.
So I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah. Take that one, buddy, because your voice is almost the same.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you, Annabelle.
I'll tell you, I've been listening to your show for a long time that at one time you said you were 34 years of age. Did you say that?
Say it one more time, Annabelle.
You said that you were 34 years of age.
Yeah, I'm 34.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, you sound like Soprano. Anyway, I want to tell you something about the Mets.
Okay.
Okay. The problem, I don't think it's Mendoza. I think it's David Stern.
Yeah.
Has to make better judgment. How can you bring in Sam in when you have excuse me, you have sorry, you have excuse me, you have a first baseman in the minor, Clifford, hitting AAA. Why did you bring that kid up?
Well, I mean, Annabelle, I appreciate the call, and I appreciate the comparison to one of the great TV characters in Tony Soprano. I don't hear it, but I appreciate it, dude. I don't know, and I'm assuming you're talking about Clifford. Let me bring up the Mets prospects. Unless it's, I don't think A.J. Ewing is a first baseman. He's got to be talking about Ryan Clifford. I mean, they probably want to see the season out, or at least have guys run their course. I don't think they want to rely on all young guys. And the craziest part about this, and this is probably the saddest part about the Mets. I don't know. He might have been trolling. There's some people in the chat saying this guy definitely. He might have been trolling me with all the clearing his throat on air, but I appreciate it. Ryan Clifford plays first base. He's the guy that's probably most likely to get called up this year. Jacob Reimer maybe can play first base a little bit. He's more of a third baseman, which might not be the worst idea. Everybody else is kind of far away, and I'm just going by MLB.com, and they have the ETAs, and it's not an exact science. It's more of a, estimation. It's not Mendoza. Also, the thing that, and this is not to excuse Stearns, because I do think he's the most to blame for what's going on. He's been so bad that people have now turned on Francisco Lindor, which I never thought would actually happen. The Mets probably were doomed no matter what. Diaz gets hurt. Alonso's been terrible to start the year. Brandon Nimmo's been good. Jeff McNeil was gone. Jeff McNeil was gone no matter what. And if I hear about his batting title one more time, it was the bane of my existence. And Nimmo's cooled off, but he's been really good. Alonso was terrible, and Diaz is shelved until after the All-Star break. The Mets are just doomed. The franchise is cursed. Nothing good was happening this year. And as much as we tried to spin it, and whether it was Tommy or Evan or my guy Al, whoever it was, they tried to make it seem like this team had figured it out. They didn't. Alonso wasn't a winner. These guys on the roster now are not winners. Hopefully, Soto, Lindor, because they're going to be here for the long run, can turn it around. I like what I've seen from Carson Bench. The kid is a gamer. He hasn't been great, but he's a gamer. And that's kind of what I'm looking for now. Who's got the mentality? Francisco Alvarez. I cannot say it enough how much Alvarez has impressed me this year, because it has not been easy. But the guy goes out there and busts his butt every single night. Ball on the ground. He's hauling ass to first base. He's got a little bit of pop this year. He's not a star. He's not a star. So for me to say that, it's embarrassing. But, like I said, Alvarez has played fine. Clay Holmes has pitched fine. And McClain's been awesome. Everyone else, Peralta's been terrible. Peralta's been awful. And I don't want to hear about, it's only a couple runs. He can never get out of an inning that he leaves the game in clean. He's always got to do so. He can't throw a strike to save his life. Devin Williams has been bad. Tobias Myers has been good. So all the Brewers guys, Tobias Myers the only one that's been good. Simeon's been better than Polanco, Bichette, and Luis Robert at times, but they're just bad all around. Everyone stinks. And we want to talk about how bad of a teammate Lindor is, which is BS in my opinion. And every chance somebody gets to defend the guy, they do. You don't hear anybody defend Soto. And because some of you want something to be true narrative-wise because you align a certain way, I'm sorry, I just don't. These guys are ball players. That's all they are to me. Some are bad, some are good, some agree with my views, some don't. It doesn't matter what their families may think. If they got along, that's all that matters. Soto's not a part of this team at all. And it sucks. And it is what it is. And if I was a Yankee fan, I would troll Mets fans as well, too. Because, a lot of you treated it like the World Series last year. I wanted Soto, and you could go back and I'm people would be like, I'm sure in the moment. Yeah, I was super happy. And I had fun with my Yankee fan friends. I sent the Chappelle Show clip. Hide your money, there's broke people around. Yeah, we had fun with it. I also was on the record on this station telling you the offseason cannot just be Soto and that's it. It's not Soto and that means we won. Again, and it's crazy that somebody in the chat said this. Crazy to me that Weathers from the Yankees has a lower ERA than Peralta. It's obviously early, but that's a fair point. For the boy genius that David Stearns is, everyone else is finding, pitchers that could survive. Somehow, every pitcher this guy brings in since 2024 has been a disaster. I'm not blaming him for the Sean Manaea thing. I wanted Sean Manaea back, so I'm not. Again, after they signed Soto, I was very happy with the Sean Manaea deal. I'm not going to give you a revisionist history. He got hurt after that. I'm not going to blame Stearns for that. Outside of Clay Holmes, there's been no pitchers this guy has brought in that has been good. And, I'm a big Kodai Senga guy. He's a disaster. I was a big David Peterson guy. He's a disaster. It's been bad. Every move. The guy couldn't miss his first year, and he's only missed outside of Clay Holmes since. 888-808-1019. Steve in Rockland, what's going on, Steve?
Hey, Anthony, that was pretty good, man. I got to tell you that, again, this is what I always say to people. Met fans, that I let them go on about Lindor. I let them say what they have to say. And then I say to them, outside of Bobby Wood Jr., who would you rather have playing shortstop?
Right. And I got to be honest.
That's what I say to them.
Like,
Give me a break.
And I think if anything, we also, like, don't take into account what this guy has dealt with over the last year injury-wise. Like, last year he got hurt. He didn't miss a lot of time, came back, and was never the same. Same thing. He had the same injury Mookie Betts had last year. They both never recovered. Then he gets the hammock bone injury.
But you never hear him talk about it, do you?
He never makes excuses.
No, you know what? That guy, when he was in limbo there, and the Mets weren't sure if he was going to sign that whole thing, I was really had my fingers crossed that the Yankees could get their hands on him because I watched him on Cleveland all those years.
Well, he also killed the Yankees too, which was
the team
that kills the most. Well, and I will say this: he also and it's we demand accountability. The guy stands in front of his locker every day. No one else on the team does that. In front of his locker every day, answers every question. And he doesn't shy away from it. He knows the narrative that's out there. I've heard his wife speak about it. They know the narrative that's out there, that they've somehow tore this clubhouse apart. And all the toxicity stuff predates Lindor, but somehow now that we've gotten rid of Alonso, we can't blame Alonso, we can't blame McNeil and Nimmo. He's now taking the brunt of it. And I do think the guy's pressing. I think the guy's pressing, and it's showing. And it's not necessarily a great thing that he's cracking on the pressure, but I listen. He has been terrible, and I'm not defending his play on the field. I think the narrative off the field is stupid. It is, and I think a lot of it has nothing to do with baseball, and it's got to do with stuff that doesn't matter to baseball, and people want it to matter. And it's funny how that never affects anybody else, but somehow the Mets are the first team that's ever affected.
Yeah, but in the meantime, that guy's, healthy. You know what he's going to do, and he's going to do it. Okay.
And real quick, Steve, before I let you get to your other points, his injury is serious. And this goes for a guy like Alonso, too, because my biggest thing with Lindor and Alonso was they were always out there. If they could play, they would suit up. His injury is more serious, I think, than the Mets are leading on. Because
you know what? I think I saw that graphic on SNY the other day. There's the top 4 guys in games played since 2022. I forget who's number 1, but then it was Alonso and Lindor. We're 2 and 3 or 3 and 4, whatever it was.
I went to L.A. in 2022. They made a road trip. They played it at the Dodgers, then the Padres, and the Angels. Lindor slammed his finger in a door that trip, and they thought he broke his hand. He didn't miss a game. Alonso, I was at the game, got hit against the Padres. I thought his season was over. He was back 2 days later. The guys are warriors. So, if he's clearly more injured than they're letting on.
Agree. Now, the thing about this guy, Devin Williams, when he figures that whole thing out, he's hard to hit.
He is, but when does he figure it out?
He's very streaky. I don't know. Look. I'm not. I don't think that. It was like Jackie. He moved the $17 million over from Montas to Williams.
Right.
Exactly. What is it with the number 17?
Well, I don't know. And Steve, real quick before I let you go, I see you have a World Cup point.
Yeah. What the heck? You know what? Now I'm glad I didn't get involved with the whole damn thing. You would have told me. You know what? You would have told me that I was going to have to pay $150 or $80 for a bus ride or $150 for a train ride. I swear to God, I would have, on principle, I would have walked to the stadium. Okay? What are they going to do? Charge you?
It's so stupid.
I'm not.
They've ruined, and I know a lot of people aren't soccer fans. It's the greatest tournament in the world, and they are ruining it.
Yeah,
and
it is.
Go to Philly. If you're somebody who wants to go to a game and you can afford to get tickets, just go to Philly. It's cheaper to take the train from New York to Philly, and Philly's not raising their transit prices.
It's sick, man.
And what the governor?
Quick Nick point.
Yes, let me hear your Nick point.
Where was the intensity the first 4 games? You know how the Knicks played the first 4 games? I'm sorry. They played the game like they were the Globetrotters and Atlanta was the Washington Generals. All right? They need if they would have put that mindset that they used tonight, the first 4 games, it'd be 3-1 or it would have been a sweep.
Right.
That's how I feel.
I agree. Steve, I agree. I appreciate the call. 100%. I just if they would have played like this from, if they played like a game 1 for most of the game outside of that 11-0 run towards the end, we would be talking about maybe they're getting ready for a gentleman's sweep. Again, I want to say 2 things. The Hawks have impressed me, and they're a very likable team, unlike when they had Trae Young. They're a very likable team. I'm not worried about the Hawks. I'm not sitting here. If the Knicks lose this game, I'm going to sit back and be like, then this is on the Knicks. The Knicks lost this series, not the Hawks went and took it from them. They lost 2 games by a combined point total of 2. That's the issue there. And before I go back to the calls, the other thing, the $150, like, I get it. You're claiming that you want, and it's on New Jersey. It's NJ Transit. I'm pretty sure, I don't know. I was speaking out of my ass here, so I don't know if how much say New York has, because I'm pretty sure it's like the tolls, where New York has more of the power on the tolls than Jersey does. And I remember when Christie was governor, he tried to fight that, but you coming out with the tone-deaf notion that you're going to go out there and you're going to circumvent the tax, whatever it was, you're helping New Jersey residents by charging this much. It's ridiculous. And FIFA's a corrupt organization. I'm not saying that. But the infrastructure, the reason why New York got so much of the tournament is because we have the infrastructure to handle it compared to the rest of the U.S. The problem with the U.S. is the rest of the world is light years ahead of us when it comes to train travel and not having to rely on a car. 80%, I forgot what it was, but it's a ridiculous number how much of the U.S. is just parking spaces. That's all it is. We don't have an adequate, train system. Most cities outside of New York, Chicago and San Francisco do not have a great transit system. Philly a little bit. It's a disaster. And they're making it harder. And the greedy are getting greedier. And it's just, they somebody said in the chat, $150, they better be driving me back to my house afterwards. Exactly. And for the final and the semifinal, I get not having parking because of the security. For a group stage match, when it's Ecuador versus the Ivory Coast, you don't need the heightened security like it is for a final, like it's the Super Bowl or the World Cup final. So that's a ridiculous thing. They're price gouging you. And New Jersey, New York, FIFA, it's all greed. And they're doing it in Boston. They're charging a ton of money to go to Foxborough. And it's going to be a rude awakening when somebody from, Belgium showing up thinking there's a game in Belgium and they have to go all the way to Foxborough. There's a game in Boston, they got all the way to Foxborough. Or the people that don't understand that's coming here when Brazil plays Morocco and somebody's staying in Midtown and they got to go to East Rutherford, New Jersey. It's going to be hilarious. And shout out to Philly. Listen, we get out Philly for a lot. First of all, they got a better setup of where everything is stadium-wise. But, they're not upcharging anyone for their transit system. And they get it. I understand there's not a lot of businesses in East Rutherford that are going to benefit from having the World Cup there outside of maybe the American dream. But you are making a ton of money off of this. So I don't want to hear about how much you have to save the taxpayers' money. It's like when they justify raising the MTA costs when their endowment is north of almost $2 billion. I don't want to hear about it. It's like when owners cry poor, but they're making hand over fist profits every year. I don't want to hear about the tax hit to the Yankees. They're going to have 3 straight nights, off nights for the Yankees. They're going to have the building filled at Yankee Stadium for a Jay-Z concert that they're charging $250 to get in the building for. I don't hear it. I'm never, when the rich cry poor, I'm never going to feel bad. And this is not like an anti-business. This is in this grander scheme of things. FIFA, we're a nonprofit. Get lost. It's going to be cheaper for me to go to the next World Cup. It's Morocco, Spain, Portugal. It'll be cheaper for me to go to 3 games there, fly out there, get a hotel, than it is for me to go to 1 game here. Alex, somebody very, big soccer guy. He's not just a soccer guy. I know he hates when we just call him a soccer guy. You have been to World Cups before in other countries.
Yeah, and the tickets for the one in Qatar, like the actual tickets for the games, are about the same price, if not less, than the train tickets to MetLife.
So $150 to go to a game.
Yeah, it was about 100 to 150.
And then what was in Germany that you went to? Was that the Euros?
That was the Euros, yeah.
And again, big tournament, not as big as the World Cup, cheaper, right?
Yeah.
I've gone to Champions League matches and sat in club seats with all you could eat, all you could drink alcohol that were cheaper than the cheapest ticket to get into the building for the Knicks playoff game on Tuesday. For $250 American, me and my girlfriend, Champions League is like the playoffs for them, just to simplify it. I got to see a Champions League match buffet, all you could drink, great seats for $250. The one thing they get right in Europe, they get a lot of things right, but the one thing they get right is when it comes to the games, to their matches, they also don't have a secondary market that kills everything. The fans kind of come first in those aspects. And we are just, the dynamic pricing has completely killed this tournament. And we saw it with the Club World Cup, which was the lesser made-up tournament. And they charged premium prices for that. So, I know I told you off air, but you are trying to go to some matches, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to go to 2 matches in L.A.
So, for me to go to the U.S.-Australia, which is not a big match, outside of the fact the U.S. is playing in it, $1,500 to get in the building. And it's not, that's resale. The prices before they hit the resale market were like $450 to get in the building. And that's FIFA's prices. It's ridiculous. It's going to be.
The dynamic pricing really ruined it. And you could use that $1,500 from the last World Cup and use probably 6-7 matches.
Right.
I would say 6 matches at least.
I sat down, my girlfriend, half Asian, we were thinking about going Haiti, Scotland. We both were like, we're not paying $600 to go see that game. We'll wait to hope for the next World Cup. It's where I've gotten. I opened a bank account where I put money in. The second we got the bid, I was putting money in. Obviously, I had to take some of it out for, personal expenses, but I was putting money into this account for this World Cup. And I've come to the point that I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just wait till the next World Cup, and I'll fly out to Portugal or Morocco or Spain and go see games there. Then blow it to go watch the U.S. draw Australia 1-1 and me walk away disappointed for $1,500. I wasn't going to pay. When the Broncos played in the Super Bowl here, the tickets dropped to $800. I was refusing to pay that. Obviously, I was in college, different expense point, but I refused to pay that for the Super Bowl, let alone a match like this. It's ridiculous. 888, we got a break. I'm up against it. 888-808-1019. We got a lot more to get to. I'll get back to your calls. I see you guys waiting. We'll get into the Giants and the Jets stuff as well. Go through those picks right here on the Fan. Anthony Gallo till 5 a.m.
Talk sports with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle on The Carton Show. Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah.
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2026 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
My guy Tommy in Astoria, reached out in the YouTube chat. I'm not giving up on the season because I can't. It's April, and I want to be able to enjoy the bit. You got to get me to at least – got to get me to the World Cup. I would say get me to August, but you got to get me to the World Cup. Give me some hope. Just to tell I'm distracted. And it's been pitiful. And as a fan, there's nothing worse in baseball when you're out of it. I'm watching Rockies fans celebrate the fact that they've started the season better than expected, but they're still a projected, I forget what it was. They're still projected, where are they at right now? They're 11-16, so they're a little better than the Mets. They're still projected to lose like 90 games. And their fans were like, this is awesome. They look a little better than we expected. 888-80. That's great sports town in Denver. 888-808-1019. We were talking about the World Cup ticket prices. Somebody in the chat said, wouldn't you rather, in the YouTube chat, if you want to follow along, wouldn't you rather see the Knicks play with zero intensity for $800? Well, I don't want to see anybody play anything for $800. If the most I would spend on the World Cup is a little different because it's every 4 years and you might not have a chance to go. But even then, I can't justify it, especially the older I get. If I was younger, not in a relationship, and no responsibilities, where I'm just paying rent, yeah, I could probably justify it. But the Knicks, if the Knicks pick the finals, I would pay $800. Yeah, I might have to take a loan out for it, but I would pay, radio doesn't really pay the greatest, but I would take a loan out for it. Mary in Brooklyn, what's going on, Mary?
Hi, how are you, Anthony?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Okay, so about Boone, these things get me annoyed because when the Yankees were in a 5-game losing streak a couple of weeks ago,
right?
No, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, it's Boone's fault. Should have put him Rosario." Okay, now the Yankees are doing well, 8 straight games, and nobody's like, "Oh, Boone's doing such a good job." And like, I just think it's not fair because the Yankee fans. I'm saying I'm a Yankee fan myself,
right?
And we always look for someone to scapegoat, and we always just choose Boone because who else?
Right.
And
it's the lazy, easy way to blame him.
Yeah, and no one ever gives him credit. So I just wanted to say shout out Aaron Boone, and I hope he continues to win.
Well, Mary, it's a good point, and it is funny because it's in baseball more than any other sport. And I know that the manager gets minimized the most in baseball as opposed to head coaches in basketball or football or hockey or the manager in soccer. He never gets credit when he does something good. And the majority of the time he is doing good stuff, and his mistakes, and that goes for most managers, it's always amplified. So I do think it's fair to say that because they have been playing well, and he's never once credited. Outside of Big Mac, you never hear anyone credit Boone for their success, only their failures.
Yeah, and I'm no Aaron Boone fan. I really don't like him, but yeah. Anyway.
All right, Mary, I like that. I appreciate the call. She's being fair. I did not expect her to say that. She's not a Boone fan. She doesn't like him, but she was giving him credit. She gave him a shout out. Shout out Aaron Boone. I think Boone's a great manager. I think he's a great manager. No other manager, if he wasn't the Yankees manager and he was doing this elsewhere, we would not kill him the way we do here. It is tough. There are times where I'm trying to think of, Luis Rojas. I liked Luis Rojas. He made a lot of bad decisions. And he admitted to it. So, I think that's part of the reason why he got fired, too. He would come on with Evan and Craig. And to his credit, he was a little boring, but he always gave you kind of the truth. And I don't think you always want the truth if you're being honest with yourself. Because if you get the truth and you don't like it, it looks bad on the manager. Mickey Callaway, perfect example. I always said this because from 2018 to 2019, I think Mickey Callaway had like a 10-win jump. Like the Mets, remember, we had that great August, and they were on. They got swept in Chicago, I think it was, and that's why they missed the playoffs. Well, a lot of reasons, but he had a 10-win jump. But it wasn't that the fact that he improved. It was that it was so obvious he left so many games on the table. I don't feel that way with Mendoza. I certainly don't feel that way with Boone. I don't go into the postseason thinking, man, this is Boone's fault year in and year out. And I'm not a Yankee fan, so maybe it's easier to see it without the fan part of it. So I don't know. I just can't blame Boone for everything wrong that happens with the team. I put up a chat earlier. I put up a post, a poll in the YouTube chat. Will the Knicks win the series? 92 votes, 89% of it yes. And then I put up another poll. Will Cora be the next Mets manager? And 57% say no. So confident in the Knicks, not confident in Cora. I'm curious if they think it is Beltran who will be the next manager for the Mets. And then the poll up right now is who had the better draft, the Giants or the Jets. Both of them, I think, had awesome drafts, and I thought, how much can you really take away from this weekend until we actually get to see these guys play? It's more positional needs than it is, I think this guy's going to be the best and all that. I can't really go off of that because we don't know. But who had the better draft, the Giants or the Jets? And I do think the Giants had a great draft. And I loved a lot of their picks, specifically their first 4 picks. I think the Jets had a better draft. I think the Jets did a great job. And I think the Giants are closer to winning, obviously. But the Jets are right there. So who had the better draft? Go to the WFAN YouTube to vote on that. Also, before we get back to the calls, you're too shy to call in. You're not a YouTube person. You can always hit me up on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Search Anthony Gallo WFAN, or my at is @PicoDe_Gallo, PICODE_GALLO, or Pico de Gallo 24 on IG. But back to the calls we go. Joe in Brooklyn. What up, Joe?
Hey, good morning, good evening. How are you?
What's going on, Joe?
Good. I have 2 points. One on the Giants, one on the Knicks.
Let's hear your Knicks point first.
I'm not at all a big basketball guy. I don't know much about basketball. I only start following in April when there's playoffs and the Knicks
That's
are
okay.
in. But I was listening to the station the other day after they lost to the Hawks in Game 3, and it's funny how everyone's saying, "Oh, the Knicks are frauds. They're not going to win. They're losing to the Hawks." And tonight they beat them by 20 points. I didn't watch the game. I just checked the score after. They beat them by 20 points, and suddenly the attitude has changed. Oh, we can win the series. Just funny how these things change.
Considering that you've only been able to hear 2 people after that, and I don't think everyone was calling them frauds. I do think there were some people. There's a lot of people who don't believe in this team, though, Joe. And every loss is going to be the end of the world, and every win is just a prolonging the inevitable disaster. And that's what a lot of the Knicks – you got half the Knicks fan base. You have the more practical side, which I think I'm on. Yes, I am a little bit more positive with them, but I am more practical and take things in stride. And you have a more negative side of the fan base that is waiting for the other shoe to drop. So every win is just a procrastination of the negativity that's coming, and every loss is the end of the world. But what was your Giants point?
I was going to say, that's why you have a 7-game series. That's
100%. In everything but football, every loss, yes, you can overreact in the playoffs, in my opinion. Or not overreact. The overreaction is justified. A loss is a loss. Whether it's the Mets, the Rangers, the Islanders, the Knicks, the Nets, whoever it is, in a 7-game series, in a playoff series, every loss matters. So I do think that you're not overreacting.
You have to look at,
but it is a long series.
7 games.
Right, 100%. Right. And then what was your Giants point?
Giants point is, can you convince me, because I don't understand, how you pass off on Caleb Downs and just let the Cowboys take him with the next pick?
Well, I think so. Let me ask you this: But see, we don't know that though. He slid where he slid, so he clearly isn't a no-brainer generational talent, though. Joe, I'll tell you this much: I think Caleb Downs is the best player in the draft, so I'll tell you that much. Now, if the Cowboys weren't the one that took him, would you feel as bad about what the Giants did?
Probably not.
Exactly, and I think a lot of what happened was they didn't take.
Still, he falls till 10. You have the chance to take him, and you take a guard, which is a need. I agree, it's a need. But don't you think that your defense is a bigger priority, especially your secondary? You couldn't
but also,
any quarterback.
Joe, I'll say this much, and I want to bring it up because I want to confirm their depth chart right now. But their roster right now, currently constructed, they have at safety, they have Javon Holland, they have Tyler Nubin, Jason Pinnock, Adarius Washington. It's not like it's a terrible set. Listen, it's not great. They do have safeties. I mean, Javon Holland is a very good player. Tyler Nubin is a guy I trust. I don't think they did themselves a disservice like they were. Yes, they need help in the secondary. And I think they did a really good job getting Colton Hood in the second round, who was a guy that was projected in some cases to be a first-round pick. I think they did a good job. I think cornerback was a bigger need than they had at safety. Now, I get it, though. I like what the Giants did. I do think that they would have had a near-perfect draft if they took Caleb Downs. I also don't hate the kid they took out of Miami, who is considered the best offensive line in the draft by a lot of people who are credible. So it's not like they just drafted someone and they reached. He's also another guy that slid. They also got a guy that some people thought was the best player in the entire draft in Arvell Reese at 5. So I think they did really good for themselves.
By the way, my brother has a theory that you take every Samoan player out there because these guys are monsters.
Well,
So
Joe, I don't hate your brother's theory. I appreciate the call. I'm a sucker. You know, if it's an interior defensive lineman, if it's a linebacker, if it's a safety, if it's a offensive lineman, anywhere where pure physicality is a trait, you can't go wrong. You know, with a guy like I listen. Miami had one of the best offensive lines in college football. He is a beast. His tape shows it. I'm not an expert, but even just watching the highlights of, I watched coming in. I did a lot of looked at a lot of these draft profiles on the kid because I wasn't as familiar with him. Arvell Reese a little bit more. Offensive lineman, how much are you really deep diving in the offensive lineman during the college football season? The guy moves. He's a modern lineman where, yes, he's a big boy. He's a hoss, but he's got his feet move quick. He looks balanced. I could watch. I love Brian Baldinger, Baldy breakdowns. He very high praise for the kid, and his measurables are there. I mean, 6'5", 330. He's quick on his feet. He's strong. Just everything that he does seems like. And my thought was, the Giants looked at this trade, or looked at this pick, and they saw a chance to get a guy that could be a starter day one at guard, could potentially be your right tackle. Let's say everything works out and Andrew Thomas stays healthy and Jermaine Illuminor does his thing, but he's aging. He's not a young player. You now have a guy that's going to play guard, is more naturally a tackle, but for the time being, you have shored up your offensive line. For a young quarterback, we forget that part. You do have the young quarterback, and you have to do right by him. Your defense needs help, but that offensive line, the targets around him, you need to go out there. You add Malachi Fields in the 3rd round, which is a big get in my opinion. Good wideout. You now have him. You have Malik Neighbors. You have Mooney. And then you add Isaiah Likely to go along with Theo Johnson. You're giving him weapons. You got the running back room that I think is pretty good, and the offensive line is improved. So you got an offensive lineman for your young quarterback. And you hope that Andrew Thomas and this guy are on the same offensive line for a long time. I don't hate the pick. Yes, Caleb Downs is sexy. I do think Caleb Downs going to the Cowboys has kind of changed everything for Giant fans. It's not that, we missed out on Caleb Downs. We missed out on Caleb Downs, and the Cowboys draft him. And let's be honest, how great have Cowboys drafts been? They draft some good guys. They got a lot of whiffs. You all make fun of Jerry Jones all the time, and then he takes this guy, and it's, Giants messed up. I also think it is funny, just to show how big the Cowboys are in Dallas. They had it looked like there was thousands of people at this watch party, and they drafted Caleb Downs, and it was like they won the Super Bowl. I know they don't know what playoff victories are for a lot of Cowboy fans. It's been so long. But, man, for a draft pick, you weren't drafting the quarterback of the future. This wasn't Calvin Johnson. It's a safety. You don't know. Yes, I think that he's going to be a stud, but you just don't know. 888-808-1019. Oh, I was going to go to the calls, but he dropped off. We got a lot more to get to. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll go through. I want to dive into both drafts, the Giants, the Jets. Also, the undrafted free agents they brought in, that's pretty solidified right now. And there's going to be a lot of moves post June 1st. Expect a lot of movement. DJ Reader, a guy to pay attention to as an interior defensive lineman, D-tackle, to watch for the Giants. But we'll get into that. We'll continue the conversation. Shout out to those in the YouTube chat as well. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. I got you all the way till 5 a.m. Back after this.
The Knicks got it done in Atlanta to even things up with the Hawks. A Game 5 showdown looms on 33rd and 7th as Captain Clutch looks to lead his squad and take back control of the series. The latest breaking Knicks news, the biggest Knicks opinions, and the most trusted voices delivering them all live here. Your home for New York sports is 101.9 FM WFAN.
Hi, it's Alex Cora here for CertaPro Painters. I've been spending a lot more time at home lately, and my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is happy. For me, sometimes that can be challenging. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. And hey, ask about their spring sales event and get 10% off on qualifying projects.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Mercedes-Benz of Edison has done it again. Named the 2026 Mercedes-Benz Dealer of the Year by Cars.com. Not just in New Jersey, but the entire United States. An honor earned through an unwavering commitment to customer satisfaction. Expect exceptional service, an unmatched selection, and luxury experience you won't find anywhere else. At Mercedes-Benz of Edison, you don't just drive away, you become family. Experience it for yourself at Mercedes-Benz of Edison or visit RayCatinaEdison.com.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2026 Police Officers Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
You know, I start to do a little bit more like the earlier shifts, or like, you know, with baseball back, you get shorter shifts. So I see this 5-hour shift, and Big Hurls is like, oh, we're going to, you know, you got the draft, you got all this. And I'm like, man, I don't want to do like 4 hours on the draft. And I do like the draft, but like it's so tough to break it down. And I forgot that, you know, Mets, the Yankees, the Knicks, and then the show ends up flying by. So you have that mini stretch like, oh, man, it's a lot to talk about. What am I going to get through? And then I end up not even getting to half the things I want to talk about. But we do have some draft conversations to get to. I'll get to your calls in a second. 888-808-1019. Looking at this draft, the Jets, the Giants, they both did a fantastic job, in my opinion. My head is starting to hurt, so I got to take this hat off. It's a fire hat. Fire Knicks hat. They started with the Giants. And if I think I almost broke the mic here. Starting with the Giants, they went out and I thought addressed a lot of needs. You know, obviously we know the big ones. They go out to get the lineman from Miami, and obviously I haven't figured out exactly how to pronounce his name. And, you know, just like Cam Schlittler, it took me a little bit before I actually went out there and, you know, was confident in it. You know, I could just, you know, make up a name like Mike used to. But Arvell Reese, you get the lineman from Miami. You obviously get Arvell Reese at Ohio State. What they did on day 2, I thought was what kind of started to get me excited about their draft. Because you're bringing Colton Hood, the cornerback, second round. He's basically a first-round pick. You take him top 5 in the second round. He's essentially a first-round pick. But you go and get Colton Hood, and he is a very good cornerback and a guy that a lot of people thought was a first-round talent. He's physical. He crushed Florida, you know, being a Florida fan, he crushed Florida in the games they played. He was very good at Tennessee this past year. He's a good tackler. He's more of an all-around corner. As opposed to what the Jets got, they got a cover corner who, you know, he's not afraid to mix it up, and he's a physical corner, but he is undersized, so his tackling at times may suffer at that next level. But they go out to get Colton Hood, who I think is a really good player. And the comps that a lot of people had him at, specifically ESPN, was A.J. Terrell. If you got him, that's a big get. And for the wideout situation, you go out and you get a 6'4", 218-pound wideout from Notre Dame, Malachi Fields, who, you know, as a guy that, you know, the Broncos, for me, I wanted to see them add some wide receiver talent. They get you in the Waddle. So, but obviously, before all that, I wanted a tight end. I wanted a wideout. And this was a guy that I was like, all right, they don't have a high pick in the first round. I'm curious to see what they do with that. Maybe in the later rounds, this is where they go. Malachi Fields, and a lot of my buddies who are Notre Dame fans, obviously we all know Notre Dame fans, were very high on it. And they like him a lot. So in this draft, you did 2 things. You addressed a need at corner, and you addressed your young quarterback. Why do I say that? You went out and got him an offensive lineman that you hope that he protects him for a decade, and you went out there and you got a wide receiver, a big body, to add to a room now that's going to have Malik Neighbors, it's going to have Darnell Mooney, it's going to have Calvin Austin, it's going to have Isaiah Likely, Theo Johnson, and you add Malachi Fields to that. Tyrone Tracy out the backfield. Obviously, Cam Scatterbo, more of a run-through-him type guy, not a gadget back. And you got to be excited about that. He's a big body, and he's kind of a different style of wideout to what they have in that room. And they have style-wise. I'm not going to say talent-wise because we have to see how these guys perform on the field. They now have everything you need in that wide receiver room. So you go out and you filled up the receiving targets for Jackson Dart, and you go and you add the lineman. Defensively, you added Colton Hood. Everyone wanted a safety. Corner was a bigger need than safety was for the Giants. And you add Arvell Reese, so now you have a scary pass rush. If you're an NFC East team, if you're Jalen Hurts, if you're Dak Prescott, Jaden Daniels, you're sitting there and you're oh, man, I got to deal with this now twice a year. So you go out and you do that. So to overall the draft, they go out and get Arvell Reese, linebacker, the kid from Miami, the offensive tackle, guard, whatever you want to call him. Colton Hood, cornerback, Malachi Fields, wide receiver out of Notre Dame. Later in the draft, you got a DT at Auburn. You got another offensive lineman from Illinois and a linebacker from BYU for the Giants. And then they also added a kicker out of Michigan. As an undrafted free agent, they added a defensive tackle out of Colorado, another corner out of North Carolina, and then for those of you that care, a long snapper. So I honestly, I think the Giants B+, A- type draft with what they did. And for the Jets, I thought they had a fantastic draft. I thought that what they did was the Giants are closer to winning, in my opinion. Partially because of the conference, partially because of the division. Maybe, the Eagles and the Cowboys might take a step back. Oh, the Cowboys stink. But the Eagles might take a step back. We don't know what the Washington's going to be, specifically with Jaden Daniels and his health. And their wide receiver room's a mess, all that. They made a lot of moves in the offseason. So I think they're going to be fine, but we just don't know. So there's no guarantee. The Jets went out there and had a phenomenal draft. You get David Bailey at 2, which they could have went Arvell Reese. They could have went Reuben Bain, which Reuben Bain ended up dropping into the teens. But David Bailey at 2, so you get your edge rusher. Kenyon Sadiq, who I think after Jeremiah Love is the best skill position player in the draft at tight end. You go and get him. So now again, you got Garrett Wilson. You got A.D. Mitchell. You have Mason Taylor. And now you have Kenyon Sadiq. You got the running back in Breece Hall. Geno Smith's got weapons, and they've now set themselves up to hopefully. And you draft. Obviously, you trade that top second round pick. You move up 4 slots. You send the 5th round pick as well, and you get Omar Cooper Jr. out of Indiana, good wideout, and that's setting up whoever your quarterback of the future is with pieces. Garrett Wilson, Omar Cooper, A.D. Mitchell, Mason Taylor, and Kenyon Sadiq. Craig Carton, big Kenyon Sadiq guy. Who knew? Predicted it. At the draft party, it was crazy. Blew my mind. I was like, that's unreal. So they go out there, they dominate in the first round, in my opinion. They had a great first round. Then they come back day 2. They trade back a little bit. They go to 18. They take D'Angelo Pons out of Indiana. Watched a lot of Indiana just because of the Big Ten championship, the playoff, all of that. This kid stood out to me. I loved him in specifically in the playoff. He was phenomenal. Undersized, and it stands out in today's game where the small corner, like the Aaron Glenn type, I know a lot of people are comparing him to that, is not really around as much anymore. But, on the smaller side, but he is a beast. And he is a blanketed type of guy, goes out there, and he's really going to play more of a coverage role. You're not going to be expecting him to help out in the run game. He followed, if I'm correct, he was at James Madison and then left with Kirk Cignetti and went over there afterwards. He's going to be probably, I'm reading right now just off of Scouts Inc., primarily lining up outside at Indiana. He might better fit as a nickelback. That makes sense because, he's going to deal with the speedier guys. You want him to be a little bit more shifty in that situation. So then they add a D tackle from Florida State. They add Clay Klubnik, the quarterback from Clemson. They had an offensive lineman out of Miami, Inez Cooper, who was a part of a very good offensive line. And then VJ Payne, who's a safety out of Kansas State. They had a great draft. And then the undrafted wise, they had 2 wideouts, a running back, a cornerback, another tight end, a kicker, and another running back. One of those wideouts, DT Sherfield, Rutgers guy. It's always cool with the local guys as far as school-wise. The local kids coming out there. He's 5'10", 175, so that was pretty cool. Also thought it was funny that the quarterback from Rutgers, I forget how to pronounce his name, got drafted before Diego Pavia, or who was the other guy that didn't get drafted as well. And I thought that was funny. So Rutgers, big, they always turn out pros, but they never, they just can't put it together on the field. But for some reason, they always got a ton of guys in the league. So I would probably say the Jets, A-, but definitely in that tier. Giants, B+, A-, Jets, A-, grade. They both did great. What the Jets did was they got cornerstone pieces in this draft. Kenyon Sadiq, David Bailey, cornerstone pieces. They got a good role player in Omar Cooper. I thought they had a great draft, and someone here is trying to help. I hope this is right. NJ Fins. First, he says, as a Fins fan, Jets had a nice draft set up for 2027 future QB well. Yeah. Next year, they got the picks. They're going to chase a quarterback, whether it's via a trade or in the draft. But this is how we pronounce the Giants' offensive lineman. Francis Moe Noah. I think I nailed that. Moe Noah. If you give me a thumbs up, Fins, I'll know if I said that right. If not, I just made an ass of myself. But I really like what they both did. And as far as the draft as a whole, I thought, I know people are going to like to say this, I thought the Cowboys had a really good draft. Yes, two things can be true. I don't really blame the Giants for not taking Caleb Downs, but I thought the Cowboys had a good draft. They got Downs. They went back. They got the kid later in the draft in Malachi Lawrence, which they could have. They traded up to get him. They could have waited to get him as well. And then they got the kid Barham out of, yes, I got it. He said, I nailed it. Awesome. NJ Fins, you're a lifesaver. I appreciate you, dude. They had a good draft. I thought that who was the other team that I thought the Ravens had a fantastic draft. They had a ton of picks, by the way, to do that. But they go out to get the kid out of Penn State. They get Zion Young. And then my Broncos, they didn't take it. It's kind of, the draft is fun. When your team doesn't make a pick until the third round, it like loses its luster. You know, Broncos took a D tackle in the third round, and that was it. They took a running back. So we'll see what happens. They did take, which I thought this was cool, at tight end out of NC State, Justin Jolly. He's a local kid. I didn't know this, so shout out to my guy, Manny Rodriguez told me this. He went to Iona Prep. He is from, it doesn't say his birthplace here. He's from Iona's in New Rochelle. I think he's from the Bronx, but either way, very cool, local kid. So he's with the Broncos, so that's cool. I'll get attached to him just because he's a local guy. But again, I think the Giants did a good job. I think the Jets did a great job. I'd say Giants B+, Jets A. That's probably where I'm at with those drafts. And if you're a Giants fan, you have to be excited. You are close to winning. Not winning a Super Bowl, but you are close to being a winning team. If you're the Jets, no. You can't guarantee that you're going to be in the hunt for, 8, 9 wins, but you're definitely going to see an improvement. And everyone's I do think it's funny. Everyone's singing the praises of Muji, but they are not singing the praises of Glenn. And one small thing, the Kenyon Sadiq thing where he thought he was getting pranked, not a great look. When he's talking to Eric Glenn, he goes, not going to lie, thought I was getting pranked. So I'm sure he's, frightened about going to the Jets, but maybe not. Maybe that was just he genuinely thought he was getting pranked, and he thought he was going somewhere else because his agent told him he was going somewhere else. So I think it's going to be a good move for the Jets. I think Geno Smith, if the offensive line plays like it did last year, I think Geno Smith will be much improved because when he plays behind an offensive line and he has time to throw with those targets, he's going to put up some numbers. So Jeff fans, you should be excited. Giants fans, you should be excited. The Dexter Lawrence trade is going to wear off. You're not going to care. He's not playing in your conference. It's not going to matter unless you guys are absolutely inept at the run game. And even then, you were second to last year. So we'll see what happens. 888-808-1019. Steve in Long Island. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, Gallo. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
I'm doing well. I watched the draft as well, and been following football since 1968. So I think I know a little bit about football. And at the end of the day, no one knows.
No, we don't. We know nothing.
No one knows. It takes 2 to 3 years to know how successful the draft was or wasn't. But what I do know is when I see the Jets drafting a tight end in the first round, and I'm a Jets fan, obviously, and I go through their history of first-round tight ends, and it was one bust after the next. None of them ever panned out.
Right.
And I look at the history of tight ends in general in the NFL, where for the most part they're selected. The solid tight ends are in the second, third, fourth rounds. And then when I read that this D has dropsies, he has to work on his hands. I say, like, what the hell are the Jets doing here?
Yeah, but he's also. That's if you're going to focus on that, his strengths far outweigh that one negative, and I do think it's a little bit overblown. The kid is a beast, and you're right. We don't know what's going to happen. We really don't. We have no idea where these guys are going to be when it's all said and done. And I get it. The Jets have a bad history. Dustin Keller, Kyle Brady, Anthony Becht, Johnny Mitchell. I don't even know who Johnny Mitchell is, so I can't comment on him. But Kyle Brady, Anthony Becht. Dustin Keller had one good year for the Jets. I understand. It is tough, and it's tough to. I mean, I undersold it. Dustin Keller had a couple good years, but he was not the great player that they thought they were getting.
He didn't produce like a first-round draft pick.
Yeah, and wasn't he the end of the draft though? Wasn't he like the Jets picked late in that draft?
No, he was like 20, something like that, as I recall. 2020, somewhere.
I'm saying right here, he was 30. He was the 30th pick of the draft, but still, I get it. It's still relevant to what you're saying.
He was a first-round draft pick, and he didn't produce like a first-round draft pick.
Right.
But look, you know, a few years ago, if you remember, the Jets drafted in the second round. I don't know if his name was Stephen Hill. His last name was Hill, out of Georgia Tech, I think it was. Great speed. The scouting report, great speed, great size, poor hands. What are you doing? He's a wide receiver. You have to have good hands. There are 8,240-pound tight ends in this country that have good hands. You know, you're minimizing it. I want you're a tight end, especially with the speed. He's supposed to be going out and catching passes. I don't want a receiver who I have to worry every single time. Is he going to hold on to the ball? Is this going to be Rich Caster 2 again? If you remember Rich Caster when he first came out of Jackson State, blazing speed, 6'5", great size, but he had the dropsies. You want a receiver, you want a tight end who can catch the football. That's the first and foremost requirement at that position. I don't want someone who they have to work on his hands. Maybe he'll catch.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm not minimizing it. I think they're overblowing it. I do not think this guy is a drop machine. I just don't. I don't. From what I've seen, and I'm not an expert. What do I know, Steve? I just don't think that is something that is a concern. I do not think he's an Evan Ingram type, to put it like that.
Okay, and one other comment about the New York Giants. I think their pass rush is overrated. You know, the rookie first-round pick from last year did basically nothing until the end of the season. He's far from being a ferocious pass rusher, and I suspect he's going to be a bust, like many of the other first-round picks that the Giants have had in recent years. Burns is a pass rusher, but these guys, I don't know what you're going crazy over. They don't have a ferocious pass rush.
Well, I mean, they do though.
Where is
they had they had the second leader in sacks last year in Brian Burns. They have a guy in Kayvon Thibodeau who gets to he doesn't sack the quarterback, but he has a ton of QB pressures. You just said you don't know what these guys are going to be until 2-3 years down the line, but you're making a assessment of Abdul Carter after 1 year.
Abdul Carter's also a head case.
But you don't know that though. You don't know.
You don't know that. The reports that came out last year from what he's sleeping through and missing.
Yeah, but that was not substantial. We never. That was a rumor. We don't know if that was true. They also said he was watching porn in interviews, and that turned out to be false. So, Steve, I'm not saying. Listen, we could disagree. I think when you look at this, the season said and done, we're going to talk about how great the Giants' pass rush was.
I don't see it.
The Giants' problem on the defensive line last year was not their pass rush. It was the fact they couldn't stop the run.
I get it. I understand you're right that they were one of the weakest teams against the run. But you were talking before about they've added another piece to a ferocious pass rush. I don't see it. Yes, Burns was an excellent pass rusher. That's it. If you're not sacking the quarterback, I'm sorry. Pressures is an overrated stat.
It's not. If anything, it's meaning you're being productive. How many times do we look at a quarterback and say, what's his stats under pressure? And they're significantly dropping off. That's the point, Steve. And yes, I'm not saying Kayvon Thibodeau is living up to his draft pick. What I'm saying is it's not just about that sack number. It's also about, are they disrupting the passing game? And it does matter.
How many times have you seen a quarterback, an above-average quarterback, who's under immense pressure, and they don't get him, and he completes a 23-yard pass?
Yeah, but how many times have we also seen Deonte Banks get burnt? That's not on the defensive line always. It's not. And sometimes that also factors into it. I'm not saying Kayvon Thibodeau is perfect. I'm not. I'm also not saying that he is just not a good football player, because that's not true. And I appreciate the call, Steve. And you could disagree with me, and it doesn't mean I'm right. You could be right, too. I just disagree. It's not every guy is going to turn up 15 sacks on a season. And yes, it is better to get the quarterback down than it is to sit there and say, oh, he almost got to him. I mean, is there a way to see who the leaders were in QB pressures? Let's see. I don't want to. And again, somebody said in the chat as well, like, the Seahawks won the Super Bowl by pressuring May the entire time. What's this? QB knockdowns. They don't have pressures here. Oh, they do. So Abdul Carter was 9th in the league in QB knockdowns. Brian Burns was 13th. And I don't see. Let's go to QB pressures. Burns, let's see where they have Thibodeau. I guess he's not. That's a lot of names to go. I'm not going to bore you guys with this, but it's still relevant. And Dexter Lawrence up there. Whoops. I think it's also fair to say that they underachieved last year. I think it's also fair to say that Abdul Carter did not have a good rookie season. It doesn't mean he's a bust. We have to see what happens. What was his name? That the USC kid that bounced between Leonard Williams. We wrote Leonard Williams off, and he's turned into a great pro. That's my point with Kayvon Thibodeau. He may not be living up to his pick and where he was, but he's also been super productive when he's on. It's not like he's a complete liability and he's giving you nothing. Who's the guy? Golston from the Jets that gave them absolutely nothing. It's not like he's that. Jarvis Moss, a name that I, lose sleep over as a Broncos fan, who they took. I think they took him the same draft as Patrick Willis, and the Broncos were supposed to get Patrick Willis, and they ended up getting Jarvis Moss, and he was a disaster. As far as tight ends go, it's a mixed bag. You've got guys like T.J. Hawkinson and Kyle Pitts that go in the first round. Dalton Kincaid's been okay. Brock Bowers, stud. Colston Loveland, Tyler Warren, both good players. They're rookies, so we don't 100% know. But then you have a year like O.J. Howard was the 19th pick, but Evan Ingram and David Njoku were also in that draft. Good tight ends. They're not elite, but they were good tight ends, as much, even with the drops. Eric Ebron in 2014, not the greatest. Tyler Eifert, they had long careers, but not elite, but they're not busts. There are a lot of guys that you don't hit with. Jermaine Gresham, 2010. So I don't know. I'm not ready to say that it was a mistake to take a tight end. And someone else put it there too. DE76. Kayvon not living up to his pick is also not his fault. That's true. It is true. Look at the defensive coordinators they had. That's not easy. We always talk about how hard it is for the quarterback to learn the scheme. Are you putting this kid in the position to, maximize his ability? I always go back to this. Like Zach Allen on the Broncos was a decent player and I know I keep going back to the Broncos, but it's an easy reference point for me. He was an okay player for the Cardinals. He had, 5.5 sacks in a season. He had 20 QB hits. With the Broncos over the last 2 years, he was an All-Pro last year, and he was a second-team All-Pro the year before. He had 40 QB hits and 47 QB hits. 15 tackles for a loss. This year he only had 4. But he had 8.5 sacks and 7 sacks. Now, in Arizona, was he a bust or was he not being put in the right positions? See how that works out there? We see it time and time again. Guys find a second life. The right coach comes in. Some guys are a scheme fit. And also, with Kayvon Tipper, with the first-round picks, if it's Fernando Mendoza, he needs to be a franchise-altering player. To an extent, David Bailey might have to be a franchise-altering player at 2. Most of the time when you're picking in the first round, you're hoping you get a guy that for 6 to 8 years is a Pro Bowl caliber player. Like, not saying getting voted in the Pro Bowl, but being like an all-star. Like a guy that is an upper echelon, borderline all-pro type player. Year in, year out. That's what you're looking for. And just because they don't turn into a Hall of Famer does not mean they're a bust. It's different than the NBA draft where there's so few picks and the guy has to change your franchise in the first round. And you can find pieces late in the first and the second round. But in the NFL, most of the time you're just hoping guys are good players. That's why they say that, how many guys are, perennial Pro Bowlers, probably like 16 guys in the first round, you hope that are that. This year it was like 6, they said, that it was like a down draft. And the difference between a second rounder and an undrafted free agent, the gap closes. You could get a guy in the third round, talent-wise, that you could also get undrafted because no one knows what they're looking at anymore, and the talent is so deep. The talent pool is very deep, so you just don't know. 888-808-1019. Phil and Howell, what's going on, Phil?
Hey, how you doing? Listen, I have a question about a certain player.
Right.
He played for Indiana, and it wasn't Omari Cooper Jr., but they had another receiver that I was really impressed with. His last name was Becker, I believe.
Okay. Was he in this draft?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
Let's see. I'll look it up for you.
Okay.
He played this year.
He played this year. That guy caught every pass in sight. I mean, he wasn't really fast, but he was a good possession receiver.
Oh, Charlie Becker?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, yeah. Had almost 700 yards. Yes. I mean, I don't – he's a sophomore, no, so he did not come out in this draft. He is still in college, yeah. Not the Amari Cooper was the guy who – Omar Cooper was the guy who lined up aside him. I don't know what his stats were last year, but he is a good player, and, they had – some people had him going in the first half of the first round. So the wide receiver, in my opinion, when it comes to the draft, I feel like the positions you see people hit on early in the draft the most is always, the interior linebacker type, the middle linebacker type, and the wide receiver. I think those, sometimes safety as well, but I feel like wide receiver is such a deep talent pool, you kind of can't go wrong taking one in the first round. And they really didn't take that. What they saw was they were picking on the day 2, and they liked the guy enough that they wanted to guarantee to get him, and all they had to do was move up a couple spots. They moved up from 33 to 30 to get him.
Right. Now, a question about the receivers, okay?
Right.
I've been watching football for a long time.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of times, especially, I'm a big-time Giant fan, and especially with the Giants, there's always that differential between, the defensive back and the receiver. I mean, as far as, getting open and stuff like that. A lot of these times, you have no offensive line. The quarterback is in a rush to make a pass, but he's got to be perfect in making the pass because a lot of times those guys couldn't even get open.
Well, right. And I do think that's why, and I appreciate the call, Phil. I do think that's why I liked what the Giants did at offensive line. I think it's the thing that everyone is just forgetting is they have a young quarterback. So why are they not going to protect him? And I don't know. I just don't think that they did a disservice to themselves by not taking Caleb Downs. If they went out there and they took a guy that is now going to be a part of that offensive line for the next 5 to 10 years, they won. Protecting your guy, if he can pair well with Andrew Thomas and bridge the gap after, Illuminor moves on, they did a fantastic job. But we will see. We know nothing. I know nothing. I'll put it this way. I thought Bo Nix was a terrible pick for the Broncos. I thought Josh Allen was going to be a bust. I thought Justin Herbert was a dumb pick. So what do I know? Nothing. I know nothing. That's just, it is what it is, and we're going to find out. 888-808-1019. We got one more hour to go. A whole lot to get into. We'll dive back into this. We'll talk more Knicks. We'll talk Yankees, Mets, all that. We'll get back to your calls right here on The Fan. Back after this.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City, or at hlgross.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2026 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman and Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman and Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman and Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
Before we recap all of that, Stanton still day to day. They're going to see, taking it by each day to see how he responds and if he starts feeling better. Garrett Cole made his second rehab start on Thursday, I think it was. Through 42 of 52 pitches for a strike. So they will, he's probably going to get a couple more starts there. Rodon made his first rehab start on Friday. Is likely 2 more rehab starts for him in that boat. For the Mets, injury-wise, Lindor, we already know he is going to be in a boot for a week. Undergo a follow-up MRI the week of the 11th, and we will see what happens from there. Jorge Polanco is out with the wrist and the Achilles. He's week to week. Will undergo additional testing this weekend, so we'll get an update probably Monday. And A.J. Minter began a rehab assignment on April 9th. He's on track to return on May 9th. So a lot of injury updates there. I don't think anyone else matters much after that. Yeah, that's about it. Everyone else is either out for the year or insignificant. But back to the fun stuff that isn't the, Mets disastrous season. We talked about a lot. Obviously, the Knicks, big game 4. The series back in their favor as the home court is now in their favor. They got to win 2 out of the next 3. Let's hope it's the next 2. And tonight showed you the gap between the Hawks and the Knicks. When the Knicks play their game, and this is with Jalen Brunson not playing a great game, and he has yet to do that this series, the Knicks dominated. Cat, triple-double. OG, double-double. Josh Hart played great. Mikal, great on the defensive end. Gave you 8 points, whatever. But he was great on the defensive end. He was a little bit more aggressive early. Off the bench, Clarkson, Jose Alvarado were huge. Deuce and Mitch, as always, huge. And this Knicks team showed you tonight, when they play their game, they are clearly a contender. When they play their game, when they are locked in, and everyone, the ball is moving, defensively, they are all up and intense. And they go out there, they can compete with anyone in the league. And tonight you saw the gap, just like game 1, between the Knicks, who are a contender, and the Hawks, who are not. And the Knicks have not given you a reason to give them a benefit of the doubt that they're going to come out like that in Game 5. But you have to feel good about this team going forward in this series. We will figure it out. The coach has a lot to prove, but we will figure it out afterwards. But you have to feel good about this team going into the rest of this series. They were more intense, more physical. They were on the ground. Everyone was diving on the floor today. You saw Brunson and Alvarado and Bridges and OG and Josh Hart. Everyone at some point dove on the floor for a loose ball. Bodies on the line. And that's what you got to see from this team going forward. So a very good win for the Knicks. We talked about the Jets and the Giants draft. I gave the Giants a B+ grade, the Jets an A. I thought they did a great job. I thought the Jets killed it. I think the Kenyon Sadiq pick is going to be one that Jet fans love for a long time. And they're going to talk about how great that pick was at 16. Getting Sadiq, they obviously traded in to get Omar Cooper. They did a great job. They got D'Angelo Pons, the corner out of Indiana. A lot of people saying it reminds them of Aaron Glenn. And the Giants, I think, have gotten a lot of flack for not taking Caleb's downs when they took two great players early on and they turned around and went out and got themselves a corner in the second round and a wideout in the third. So I can't really sit here and tell you they didn't address the needs they needed to address. They went out and got Francis Moinoa, which, shout out to the YouTube chat for helping me get through that one. And Arvel Reese early, a guy who people think is the best player in the draft. They got him at 5. So, yeah, Caleb Downs dropped to where he dropped to the Cowboys, but also he dropped clearly for a reason. So if he was this can't-miss prospect, why did he drop all the way to 11? I'm not saying he's not. I actually think Caleb Downs is the best player in the draft. But that doesn't mean I'm right. And these people who get paid a lot more money to know this did not think the same thing. And then the last thing, before we get back to the calls, 888-808-1019, the Mets did not play yesterday. They have a doubleheader today after the rain out against the Rockies. I think the pitching matchups are going to be, let's see what we got here. What does the Mets website say? We've got McLean versus Quintana in the first half of the series, and then we are going to get, let's see if they give us the pitching probables for the second game. So that second game will probably be Senga. Senga is what they have listed on the website. So McLean in the first game, Senga in the second game. But they didn't play today or yesterday. The big news in baseball was Alex Cora fired. And the immediate reaction was, this is going to be the guy that replaces Carlos Mendoza. I was going to say Fernando Mendoza. Replaces Carlos Mendoza. And for me, yeah, sure, probably. But I would probably think that Carlos Beltran is the number one guy to replace Mendoza. There's only two options. It's only going to be Beltran or Cora, in my opinion. I've thrown out names like Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols as guys I'd like to see. I don't really know any of these like up-and-coming names. But the one thing I do know is they're not going to hire a new manager in season. If they fire Carlos Mendoza, who I don't think it's his fault, the Mets are in the situation they're in. I actually think it's far from his fault. But if they do fire Mendoza in season, they're not going to go out there and sign Beltran or Cora to a long-term deal. They're not going to. They're going to wait till the offseason to do that. You have a potential work stoppage. Why would you start paying a guy this year when you have to pay Mendoza out the rest of the year and you could just let Kai Correa be the guy who does it? I just can't sit here and see that happening. And for the Yankees, they continue their domination. First it was the Red Sox. Now it's the Astros, and they look to go for their second straight sweep against their second biggest rival. And their first big was the Red Sox. And here we are. The Yankees sitting on top of the baseball world, in my opinion, as the best team. Not just in the American League, but maybe in all of baseball. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the fan. Let's go back to the phones. Stuart in Brooklyn. What's up, Stu?
Morning,
Stu.
Anthony.
You okay there, Stu?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. It sounded like you fell over there.
No, something fell off the ledge.
Ah.
A fork.
Oh, okay.
Anthony, the Yankees are doing very well, right? And number 99 is not even awake yet.
Nope, not yet.
Not yet. So how long we have to wait to see him start doing what he normally does?
Well, I mean, I think that, listen, he's got 9 homers, 17 RBI, so the power's there. I listen, when he starts to hit, it's not going to matter anymore. And it's not like he's been completely terrible. You know, over the last 5 games, he's been walked 10 times in his last 5 games. So he's also not seeing.
He throws a lot of walks. He also strikes out a lot.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's not seeing a lot of pitches to hit.
No.
So you got to take it in stride. And I'm not worried about Aaron Judge. I'm really not.
No. Jose Caballero up to 280? Oh.
Well, I mean, he's been a piece, Stu, that you guys have dearly missed over the last few years. He's a guy.
Because he has speed. He brings speed.
He's also
aggressiveness.
He's going to make things happen with his legs. He's going to make things happen contact-wise. He hit a home run tonight, so, it's not all that. But he is going to do a lot of things that the Yankees don't normally have. And we know he steals a ton of bases. Between him and Jazz, you're going to have 2 guys maybe over 100 stolen bases.
Yeah, maybe 100 stolen bases. They haven't had that in how many years? They haven't had that in a long time.
Exactly.
I mean, they needed somebody to stir the drink on the base players because they just didn't have it. I mean, they go from station to station, and that doesn't work. You have to be able to move the runners along.
Exactly.
Because it's just like reminded me of the Weaver Orioles where they always play for the 3-run homer.
Well, right. And
that's not working now.
And they're doing a great job. And McMahon's starting to hit now, which you didn't expect. And not that he's being amazing, but he is starting to hit. They have enough firepower to weather the storm. If Stanton's out a little bit, they'll DL him or they'll IL him.
Well, how long is he going to be out? Do they know?
No, it just says day-to-day right now, so they're checking to see.
Okay.
But then if not, you're going to get to see one of these young guys that everyone clamors for. Listen,
I'm clamoring for both of them.
Yeah. They have not gotten a lot out of Judge outside of the homers. They haven't gotten anything out of Trent Grisham. Obviously, he hit a home run tonight. The Yankees are still one of the better offenses in the league, and they have the best.
We're still waiting for Austin Wells.
Yeah, and he had a big home run tonight too. They have the best pitching staff in the league, Stu, and there's a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, Anthony, when Cole and Rodon come back, and then after All-Star break, Clark Schmidt might be coming back. So how deep is that rotation going to be?
I think that Will Warren is pitching so well right now.
Oh my God!
I do think we're looking at them having to make a tough decision because I think Luis Gil is an easy one. He'll probably go to the pen. But between Ryan Weathers and Will Warren, Fried and Schlittler are entrenched.
Wow, they're locked.
But between Will Warren and Ryan Weathers, they're going to have to make a decision on one of them. Yes, they can always, not go 6-man rotation, but you can always slot one of them in every couple of weeks just to give guys a breather and elongate the rotation. What'd you say?
Who would you put in the bullpen? Weathers or Warren? I put Weathers.
I think I would go Warren because I don't think he is. I know it's a small sample size. I think he's got better control. And I know it sounds crazy. I'd rather the guy who's able to throw strikes come out of the pen.
Yeah,
it's a small difference. It's a small difference because even I'm looking at it right now. I just brought it up. Weathers is 33.2 innings, and I appreciate the call, Stu. I'll talk to you. I'll be back next week, so call again. Great call, Stu. I'm actually nitpicking because now I'm looking at it. It's tough. I don't know who I'm going with here. Their numbers are almost identical. But in 31 and a thirds innings, Will Warren has walked 7, and Ryan Weathers in 33 and 2/3 has walked 8. Weathers has 3 more strikeouts. It's essentially they're pacing the same. The earned runs is a little different. Obviously, Warren's got more unearned than Weathers. They're both good. So it's a good problem to have. Just like the Giants have a gigantic pass rush and too many pass rushers, it's a good problem to have too much starting pitching. And this is assuming that no one gets hurt. Luis Gil definitely going to go to the pen. And then when you look at it, it's either Weathers or Warren ends up in the pen. Carlos Rodon and Garrett Cole very close to being back. Rodon, they said about 2 more starts. Garrett Cole, I would expect closer to June because they're not going to rush him back. They want him to be 100% healthy. And then it helps because when you look at that pen, you trust Tim Hill. You trust Hedrick, in my opinion. I trust Fernando Cruz. And then you have to look at it. I know a lot of Yankee fans aren't 100% happy with him. I think David Bednar is a good pitcher. Shivili has only pitched in 2 innings. I'm trying to see here where I'm going with that pen. So they're going to need bullpen help. And, you're going to make a deadline move probably for some bullpen help. They're not going to make a move for a starter. They don't need to. I don't envision them making a move for a bat unless it's a third base becomes such a problem. But they're going to be in a good spot where they're only going to get better because of their depth. And offensively, when Judge gets going and Jazz gets going, the offense is going to take off. Right now, the Yankees sit at they're 6th in runs scored. They are 5th in OPS, 5th in slugging. They're not up in the top 5 in batting average. They're 6th in on-base percentage. They're also 3rd in stolen bases. 2nd in home runs, which we know. And that is incredible. And then let's go out to the pitching stats. Let's see where they rank in a lot of these ones. They are 8th in strikeouts. Surprisingly, the Mets are 10th. Earned runs, they are 1st in the league by 7 earned runs. They are 1st in the league they're tied with the Dodgers for most runs overall. They have given up the third least amount of hits. They have, innings pitched. I guess I don't even know if innings pitched is a stat you really want to go off. And then whip, they're 2nd in whip. So they are absolutely, them and the Dodgers, the 2 best pitching staffs in all of baseball. Both teams, those look like the 2 best teams in baseball. And that's kind of how I thought it would play out. I did think the Braves would be as good as they were. So the Braves have shocked me more on the pitching side than the offensive side because of the injuries they've had to deal with. But it's exciting. The Yankees look like the best team in baseball. And that's where they're at. And as far as the injuries, again, I know I went through this a little bit earlier. They're taking it day by day with Stanton. And they'll probably give us an update on Monday. If he's not on the IL by Monday, he's probably going to play this week. Garrett Cole made his 2nd rehab start on Thursday. They expect him to build up pitch count over additional rehab starts, so we don't have an exact number. Rodon made his 1st rehab start on Friday. He threw 65 pitches, 4 1/3 scoreless innings. I actually think the 4 1/3 is bigger than the pitch count. Because those up-downs, they like to monitor those. He'll likely make 2 more rehab starts, at least. Angel Civilli got put on the IL. I actually missed this, so when I was talking about that. He got put on the IL retroactive to the 23rd, so he'll head back to New York for testing. Volpe, here's a big one. Volpe possibly back this week early against the Rangers, so we'll see where they go there. As he did a rehab assignment, transferred to AAA Scranton Wilkes-Barre, and will play 9 innings April 24th and 25th, so we'll see what happens. He's probably back early this week, if not by the end of the week. And I would assume it's going to be Grichuk that gets sent down. Maybe they go J.C. Escara. It's probably the easiest way to go because of you do have Ben Rice who could catch, but I think it's going to be Grichuk that gets sent down in that case. And then when you look at Clark Schmidt, second half of 2026, they said threw 10 pitches from a mound on April 10th. First time doing so since Tommy John surgery July 2025. So that's where the Yankees' injuries sit at. On the other side for the Mets, we know the Lindor situation. He's going to wear a boot for a week. They'll undergo a follow-up MRI. They don't want to give you a timeline. I think it's worse injury than they're letting on. We'll see what happens there. And Polanco's left Achilles and right wrist contusion, so he's banged up all over the place. He's underwent testing this weekend, so we'll get an update probably on Monday. Again, Monday's going to be a big injury update day for a lot of these guys. AJ Minter began his rehab assignment on April 9th, sorry, and they think he will be back on the 9th. Jared Young's still out. Probably not back until the end of May, if you even care about that. And then Joey Garber will be back probably this week, I think. And that's about it. There's no one else from the Mets that really has an injury update. So we'll see. It's a good problem to have for the Yankees. They're going to get Rodon back soon. Hopefully they get Cole back at some point early in the June period. I would say late May, early June is when we see Cole back. I guess in the chat we have a bunch of people trolling the Mets. I don't want to read what they put because it would be hilarious. Of course, this one person did say, of course, the Yankees are doing well. Cashman is the Mr. May of GMs. Well, I mean, he has a couple World Series. To disagree with that, it's so funny. Yankee fans will find any way to rip for Cashman, even though when they're killing it. Mets Sotopian. If there is no ball in 27, half of these poor Mets signings expire with Cohen having the money and the farm system. Is it better to play money ball and start to get these young players signed? Basically asking because Cohen is the front man for the salary cap. I don't know about that second part. I mean, the first part's not absolutely terrible, but who are you signing? Who has shown you anything that you want to sign? I mean, I would sign Alvarez because I think you would want to sign him now, and you're not going to overpay him even if he doesn't pan out, but the hope that he keeps growing, and he's been fine. His numbers are never going to be sexy. He's a catcher, and it's tough to bank on these guys being Cal Raleigh all the time. But who are you signing? Maybe Nolan McLean. If that's the way you're going, yeah. You sign Nolan McLean now. But the Mets don't have a prospect that they absolutely love, like a Connor Griffin or I like Carson Bench. I think he's going to grow and be a good player, but you might not have to rush to sign a guy like that. Alex Cora as manager with JD Martinez as bench coach. I'm curious if JD Martinez becomes, if they fire Mendoza now, Kai Carrera turns up to be the manager, and then it turns around and JD Martinez is the bench coach. Maybe he's probably more suited to be the hitting coach, probably better than the hitting coach they have now. Clearly firing everyone was not really, the way to go. And yes, it's early and the Mets could turn it around. I don't want to, this is partially me as a Met fan trying to buy into a season that I feel like is going down the drain, and I don't want baseball to be over in April. I'm going to watch no matter what, but I don't want baseball to be over in April. Listen, I got crushed for saying they were an 87-win team. I was undershooting them. I felt like I was being logical. They had a lot of question marks, and unfortunately, I was right that none of those guys are panning out, which sucks. And I was wrong about the lineup being good because I thought the lineup was going to be the one thing we didn't have to worry about. So, yeah, maybe part of me is just a fan hoping that the season is relevant. At this point, I'm asking for them to be fighting for 500 by, the All-Star break so I could buy into the fact that, they got a wild card chance. But it's tough. It is tough. And it sucks. And there's no sport that sucks more than baseball to know your team is out of it. Because, yes, in the NBA, you can know your team's out of it early, but you'll still get into the one-off, national games. The NFL, your team's not really out of it till October, and you're still going to watch the primetime games or whatever, and it's a little bit more of a casual sport. But in baseball, sure, like I'm a big baseball fan, so I watch baseball every night if I have the chance. But with baseball, when your team's out of it, it is brutal because it is night in and night out of disappointment. The young players, you're talking about Alvarez, McClain, Benj, Tong, bring up A.J. Ewing, re-sign Clay Holmes. Yeah, I mean, Clay Holmes has been actually one of the few things that David Stearns has done right. And I defended him last year, and he's been good this year. You're not going to pay Tong right now. You're certainly not going to pay Benj right now either, because there's, if anything, you only, serve to hurt yourself by paying them right now. Alvarez and McClain, I'm with that. I would sign Alvarez because he could play catcher. He's a grinder. I will say this. The guy, mentality-wise, is what you want out of a baseball player. He hustles every play. He's a warrior. And he's getting banged up, but he's playing through it. And he kind of has listen, you hate his approach sometimes because it feels like he's always swinging for the fence. But you have to love the fact that he's a gamer. And he's the only guy who doesn't look like he's shriveling as the team struggles. Like, I feel like he is playing his ass off. And McClain is a stud. I think he's every bit as good as any other pitcher in baseball. The one thing we have in this city is two guys in Schlittler and McClain who are going to be good for the near future. I think they would bring up Ryan Clifford before they bring up A.J. Ewing, age-wise, and also just he's been in the system a little longer, and I think he is crushing it right now in AAA. Before we go to break, let's just look it up. And at this point, you're going to get to a point where Vientos and Beatty don't deserve playing time on the Major League roster. So when do you decide, all right, it's time to move on? Clifford's got 4 home runs in 82 at-bats, so that's not terrific. It's not terrible. Let's look up A.J. Ewing's stats. A.J. Ewing he's hitting 345. Not as many home runs. 58 at-bats, hitting 345, 10 stolen bases, 2 homers. So he is playing he's in Double-A. So, okay. I did get to see both of them at separate seasons play in Brooklyn, which was kind of cool. Clifford hit a bomb the one game I was there, so I'm partial to that. But we will see what happens. We got a lot more to get into. One more segment after this. Everything's on the board. 888-808-1019. If you're in the YouTube chat, what is going on? I'll jump in on the socials as well to see if anyone's chatting over there. We got a lot more to get to. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
The Yankees take on the Astros. 2:10 today.
Swung on a deep drive center field. On the track, looking up. Goodbye.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is the Fan. 101.9 FM, 660 AM. And always live and available in Espanol with Ricky Ricardo on the free Odyssey app.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Ben Rice and Ben's Original Rice is a partnership written in the stars, a natural fit that was too good not to celebrate. All season long, Ben Rice and Ben's Original, in partnership with No Kid Hungry, are helping combat childhood hunger across the country by providing meals and support to kids in need. Ben's Original will be contributing 22,000 meals for kids facing food insecurity. The number reflects Rice's number 22 jersey each time Rice makes a big play this season.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Anthony Gallo on the Fan. 888-808-1019. In the YouTube chat, should the Giants and Jets take a look at FIFA natural grass field at MetLife this World Cup summer? Look at logistics for natural. Yeah, of course they should. Every pro sports team in America should play on natural grass. I'm sorry. You got enough money. You're charging enough. Put grass on the field. Now, Boomer said this to you once, which it does make sense, that if the Giants play on like a Sunday and the Jets are playing Monday night, how do you turn the grass around to be ready? But then don't schedule them back-to-back days. The NFL could do that. They could figure it out where they're not going to play back-to-back home games. That's it. It's as simple as that. Also, I don't like to rip Steve Cohen too much, but I'm an NYCFC fan. The Yankees, you never notice that NYCFC played on the field. The Mets, it's like they've given up caring about the field. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that. The lines are on the field. There's that weird spot in right field that's just never gone away. Mailing it in. Maybe, he's just given up on the season like some people have. 888-808-1019. I was telling Alex in the break, because, we are both big sports fans, but we're also big gamers, specifically me. And, I love a good sports game where you can just, the franchise mode is like this with the Mets. You go in there, the season's terrible, and you go in there and you fix it, and you feel a little bit better about yourself. But I've been playing this game, and if you know about it, it's dorky. I'm not even going to lie. It's the geekiest thing I've ever done in my life, but I love it. Bannerlords 2. It is you're building like a medieval kingdom. My girlfriend walks in the other day, and in the game, you got to build a family. You got to spread your seed around the kingdom and, have children or whatever. My girlfriend walks in the other day. She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I just got married and had kids. And it was almost World War II in my house. She's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, that's my wife on the TV. And then she's talking to my mom the other day, and she's like, what is he doing? I'm like, Ma, I just got married. So everyone in my family, everyone in my house, my girlfriend, my family, they all are judging me right now. And everyone is, I think, a little disappointed. All the proud moments of my life have gone down the drain. But I am building my kingdom up, I can tell you that much. I also fixed the Mets, if anyone cares. Hire me, Steve Cohen. Fire David Stearns. I'll work for a third of a percentile of what he makes. I'm just saying. The amount of times I fixed the Knicks, the Mets, and the Rangers is unbelievable. 888-808-1019. Going back to the Knicks, obviously Tuesday night, 8 o'clock on Peacock. That is Game 2. I'm back Saturday, 6 to 11 p.m. We could be reacting or watching along to a potential Game 7 for the Knicks. Hopefully not. For my sake as a fan, and also for everyone's sake, stressing out, it would be brutal if that happened. But we have that game, obviously Game 2 Tuesday. Thursday would be Game 6. And hopefully on Saturday we are previewing a second round for the Knicks, most likely against the Celtics, as the Celtics are up 2-1 over the Sixers, and the Cavs are up 2-1 over Toronto, and Orlando is up 2-1 over Detroit, which is funny because so much of the negativity surrounding the Knicks coming from their own fans was how they couldn't compete with the Pistons or the Cavs or the Celtics. And it's been about the same for all three teams in the first round, except for the Pistons, who are down 2-1. And not that the Knicks weren't just down 2-1, but it's funny how the way we talk about them, it was just, the Knicks are absolutely, there's no shot they could win anything. But we gave the benefit of the doubt to the Pistons, who have played one playoff series, which they lost to the Knicks last year, and they're now down 2-1 to the Magic. And then we give the benefit of the doubt to the Cavs, who have Donovan Mitchell, who's never made it out of the second round, this Cavs team, which has never made it out of the second round, and one of the biggest chokers in NBA history in James Harden. We give them the benefit of the doubt. I can't knock the Celtics benefit of the doubt. They're NBA champions multiple times in the Eastern Conference Finals. That I get. And Jason Tatum is back. But this notion that the Knicks are just out of it and it's over, when any given night anybody could win. And they show you when they play at the top of their game, they are just as good as anyone in the league. They could defend with anyone in the league. Over the last 2 months, they've been the second best defensive team to the Thunder in basketball. Offensively, they have enough weapons to score with anyone in the league. And I'm not saying it's a given. It's just the notion that they can't compete, and they lost. Both losses were brutal, and they were unacceptable, and there's no excusing them. But they also lost 2 games by a total of 2 points. The first team in NBA history to lose back-to-back games in the playoffs by 1 point. It's unheard of. And I'm not guaranteeing a Game 5 win. They have not earned that right from me. I am a positive Knicks fan, but they have not earned the right for me to guarantee a Game 5 win. But I am excited. I am feeling a lot better. And the goal is get through this series, and then we will focus on the Celtics or the Sixers or whoever it is that they end up facing in the second round. We will focus on them when we get there. 888-808-1019. Mario in Long Beach. What's going on, Mario?
Anthony, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Very excited about the Knicks. I'll tell you something. If Cat plays the way he's playing right now, they're winning the championship. If he can do that every game.
I mean, and
that's
also,
a big if, though.
I mean,
that's a big if.
Outside of the fourth quarter in Game 3, I've been very pleased with him. And the funny thing is, that fourth quarter in Game 3, it wasn't his defense that bothered me. It was his offense and his lack of aggression there. And it is a big if. But it shows when he's on, he's as good as any big in the league. And he is so versatile. The fact is, he's an excellent passer. When Brunson is struggling the way Brunson is out there, and he hasn't had a good series. He's been brutal. This is why we brought Cat in. So when they're doubling Brunson, they can initiate the offense through Cat.
Right, exactly. And the thing with Cat is when he stays aggressive, and he had a triple-double last night or yesterday, right? He had a triple-double.
Right. He had a triple-double, and OG had a double-double, and they I appreciate the call, Mario. They did everything that you wanted. Again, when you look at the box score, the only guys who really don't stand out, obviously Brunson got hurt, and he missed a chunk of time. He ended up still playing 34 minutes, which is crazy to me. And I thought at the end of the game, they could have let him. I know that the thought process is, let's get him out there. Let's get him into a rhythm so he can, build off of this, and you get him going for the next game in game 5. I want to see what he was in the fourth quarter. Okay. It's going to take too much time. So we're going to have to use our imagination. Let's do this. Fourth quarter, done. Oh, look at that. I could sort it. There we go. So in the fourth quarter, he was 4 of 4, I think, right here. No, he missed right off the back. Missed one. He was 2 points, 3 points, 3 points. I don't know how to read this. I'm confusing you guys. I think he was 2 of 3. I don't know. But anyway, that was probably the thought process, was to get him going so that he could build off of this, have a little bit of confidence going into game 5, and really, shake out of this funk. I thought in game 2, he came out well and then struggled. I got in game 3, he had played really well, and in those last final possessions was terrible. Game 2, they didn't need him, chucking the way he was. He could have, it wasn't the end of game possessions that were killing them. It was those, 8 to 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter where he was just forcing it. And then today he was fine. I didn't think he played bad. I don't think he played great. I think he was just fine. And then he got hurt, and it really didn't matter because at that point they were running away with it. So they got to get going, and he's got to go and channel. In game 2, he had 5 assists, I think, in the first half. Ended the game with 7. So he got away from it, and he pressed. And I do think that is a thing that he has. We haven't seen that before. He is clearly pressing and going through it. 888-808-1019. But I still, listen, I need Brunson to play hero ball at the end of the game when there's 30 seconds or 10 seconds left. I don't need him to play hero ball when there's 5 to 2 minutes left in the game and you're trying to either close it out or get back in it. I need you to start moving the ball around there. I want, essentially, to simplify what I'm saying, I want Brunson with the ball in his hands at the end of the game. I do not want Brunson dribbling around for 20 seconds and then chucking when they have a chance to put the game away or they have a chance to, fight back. That's when I need him to be more of a distributor. And I think he's a fine distributor. It's just, it seems like games 2, games 3, he struggled and pressed and tried to do too much. And it could be a combination of him taking it into his own ability and him doing what he wants to do. It could be the teammates not really stepping up and giving him an opportunity, although I don't believe that because in game 2, he missed OG a bunch. And it was bothersome, and it was really where I got annoyed. Game 2 was an entire collapse. Game 3, yes, Bridges didn't have the points, but I really felt like Brunson let them down, and specifically on those last 2 possessions. He didn't want to pass it when they needed him to pass it, but then the last 2 possessions, specifically that last possession, he had the shot. They got the matchup with Okongwu, and before he took it to the baseline and was going to do that turnaround, he kind of caught him on the freeze and had him shuffle, and he could have taken that mid-range from around the elbow, and he didn't want to, and he kept driving and put himself in a bad situation, threw the ball away, and then Josh Hart, was tripping over himself. Another person in the chat, if Beatty Vientos, Kodai Senga, and David Peterson are all healthy and stabilize their seasons, nothing phenomenal, but all are cheap and with and 3 with multiple years of control. Who do you trade? I mean, all 4 of them could get traded. I mean, Peterson's gone after this year unless he's so bad that they just bring him back on like a cheap deal. I mean, Kodai, I don't know if you're getting anything for him, and maybe you trade him for the salary relief. Beatty and Vientos, I would trade both of them if somebody offered me something for them today. I know we're going to sit here and be like, whoa, what if they turn into something? How many more opportunities are you going to give them? I like Vientos more than I like Beatty, but not by a lot. I think Vientos' ceiling is higher than Beatty's. I think Beatty is more likely to be a guy who could play 120 games in a year. Like, I think higher risk, higher reward with Vientos. Beatty, the risk is not really as much of a risk, and his ceiling is not as high. Vientos, I still feel like, has that power to be a 25, 30 homer guy every year. And Peterson, I don't know. There's a chance Peterson ends up turning into a serviceable bullpen arm, and that's where his value is. And Senga, you might have to just ride that contract out, and then he'll end up in San Diego or L.A. or playing for one of those teams, and he'll probably revitalize himself and become a great pitcher. That's probably what's going to end up happening. I like Senga. I think that he has the stuff. My problem with Senga is he's a head case. That's the issue. I put up a poll also in the YouTube chat. It was who had the better draft, the Giants or the Jets. About 40 votes. 85% says the Giants. Shocking, because I actually think the Jets I think they both had good drafts. Earlier in the show, I gave the Jets an A grade, and for the Giants, I gave them a B+. The Jets, I'd give them a solid A. The Giants, B+, A-, which, either way, but I would say B+. And really just because I think the Jets crossed off a ton of their needs. For the Giants, they crossed off all their needs. I still think what they did was really good. They also didn't have as many picks. The one thing I will say is with the Giants is for everyone who's crushing them on the draft, you go out there, you got a pass rusher. You got basically best player available at 5, maybe the best player in the draft. You add a guard, tackle, whatever he ends up playing, it's going to be guard early on probably. And you just got a guy that you hope is protecting your young quarterback in Jackson Dart for the next 5 to 10 years. You addressed cornerback. Everyone was so mad about Caleb Downs, but you went out there and got Colton Hood, who corner is a bigger need than safety. And you got a wide receiver at Malachi Fields. Your wide receiver room now looks a little bit more competitive. Malik Neighbors. You add, Darnell Mooney, Calvin Austin. You had brought in Isaiah Likely to pair with Theo Johnson. So there's a lot of weapons there. Tyrone Tracy out the backfield. Obviously, you're going to, run the ball more with Scadaboo. But Tyrone Tracy out the backfield. You didn't take Jeremiah Love. If they were throwing a party here, when we did the draft party, C-Mac and Sean were high-stepping when the Giants, when they didn't have to take Jeremiah Love. I thought the Giants did good for themselves. Obviously, they picked up a D tackle, another offensive lineman, and a linebacker. And for the Jets, I thought the Jets did phenomenal. A lot of people are killing him for the Kenyon Sadiq thing. I think he's going to end up being a stud. I think David Bailey, a lot of people like him. Big guy, 6'3", 251, a 4.5, 40-yard dash for an edge rusher at that size. The kid's going to be a beast. You hope he's going to be a beast, but they got an edge rusher, which they desperately needed. You bring in a tight end, and now your wide receiver room, you're receiving targets. You have Garrett Wilson. You brought in Omar Cooper at the end of the round. You have A.D. Mitchell. You're now going to have Kenyon Sadiq and Mason Taylor at tight end. So they have options there. They get D'Angelo Pons at corner. They desperately needed some, help at cornerback. And then Darrell Jackson, who I have no idea who he is, but they got a D tackle. Klubnik, the Clemson quarterback, if that excites you. And they got another offensive lineman and Inez Cooper and a safety. So they had added a lot of needs in the draft. And when I'm evaluating the draft, just because, how much do I know? I've seen Kenyon Sadiq play. I've seen the 2 kids at Indiana play. For the Giants, I saw Colton Hood play. A lot of these guys, I couldn't tell you, one time I saw the kid from Miami. When am I ever looking at offensive guard and really evaluating it outside of, man, this offensive line's getting beaten up? You do it when they get to the NFL. So the Giants and the Jets addressed a lot of needs, and I think it's been great for them. I think it was a great weekend for the Jets and the Giants. The only reason why I think Giant fans are freaking out about the Caleb Downs thing is because he went to the Cowboys. That's it. I don't think it has anything to do with them truly. Obviously, all of us think he's a great player, but I don't think they truly would have cared if this kid went to the Dolphins or if he went to the, Arizona Cardinals. But because he went to the Cowboys, you're now all panicking. I think it's going to be okay. So it was a good weekend. The Jets, the Giants did well. The Giants are going to be geared up to win games this year. I would expect them to bring in a D tackle after the June 1st cuts. And obviously during training camp, we'll see guys get picked up. They picked up one D tackle, a Quinn Barnes from Colorado in the undrafted free agents. And they brought in another cornerback. They also brought in a kicker from Michigan. So a lot of needs addressed. Guys, thank you so much for riding with me. I know I left a couple people on hold. I'm sorry. Everyone in the YouTube chat, thank you for watching. Alex's arm, thank you for holding it down. I'll be back next Saturday, 6 to 11. I think it is the exact. I will be back the second, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Hopefully, we are not reacting to a Game 7, but previewing a second-round matchup for the Knicks. And the Mets maybe are on a win streak, and the Yankees continue to be dominant. Stay tuned. I'll see you these guys this week on The Carton Show. Peace out.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.